Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here after an extended little break. And we're going to do HackerFrogs after school. We're going to do HackerFrogs free hack, and we're hacking all the things. So this is the start of our 2 stream a week schedule, which we're just starting this week. And well, we're doing one less stream a week, so we're not doing the Monday stream anymore for the time being, because I've got some other projects I need to pay closer attention to. But on our stream days, we're going to be doing an extra hour of content, which means we're going to go from 4 topics per stream to 5 topics. So how is this going to break down? So today is Web App Wednesday. It is January 21st. It's only about a week left. Well, a week and a little bit left in January, and then it'll be over. So what are we doing today? So we're doing 5 topics. The first one is going to be a warm-up challenge, and we're going to be going over to HackMyVM. That's a great little CTF website, and we're going to try out their grind feature. I think this is web app related, but I'm not exactly sure. So we're just going to check this out together, and that's going to be the warm-up for the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing a demo over at EchoCTF.red, and it's going to be the Dasher challenge. So I've been very impressed with the EchoCTF challenges that we've done so far. Each one teaches you a slightly different thing about web app enumeration. And so look forward to that in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be going over to friend of the streams challenges over here, HackSmarter. HackSmarter is a new CTF education platform, and we're going to be checking out their SQL Basics module over there. We're going to be learning about how to create database queries. Because, well, I mean, if you do a lot of web app hacking, you're going to be interacting with the database one way or another. So that's going to be the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth hour, we're going to be going into a demo for PortSwigger Labs. So PortSwigger Labs is the best place to learn about web app security stuff, and we're going to be learning from their API Testing Labs. So APIs are very important back-end components of web applications, and we're going to be learning how to test them. We're going to be learning about a few common attacks, and that's going to be the fourth hour of today's stream. In the fifth and sixth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing a challenge over at for the fifth and sixth, maybe seventh, I'm not too sure, hours of today's stream. We're going to be doing over to Standoff365. This is an advanced CTF platform, and it teaches us about advanced network intrusion topics, and they've got a very big sandbox that we can play around in. Nimbus7, hello, nice to see you here. What is that emote? Oh, that's a Nimbus. Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's a great emote. Thank you very much. And hello, welcome to the stream. So this is our schedule for today. Without further ado, let's go ahead and start into the first topic. So for the first topic, oh, that's Toothless, the dancing dragon meme. Defa says even more topics per stream now? Yeah, wait, are you looking for fewer topics per stream, Defus? Let me know. Likos, thank you for coming by. And hello, welcome to the stream. And Memento Mori, hello to you as well. Okay, so yeah, we're doing one less stream a week, so I'm trying to fit in as many topics as I can into the remaining streams that I have per week. So anyways, let's do about, let's say 60 minutes of this first topic, and we'll see what's going to go on. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing, and let's see. So you should see the current topic in the top left of the overlay. So it's my HackMyVM grind challenges. I'm at 640. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so this is the website over here. It's called hackmyvm.eu. The unfortunate thing about this website is that the cookies don't last for very long. So Defa says, I already told you a while ago that it should be less topics and more time per topic, but that's just me. I really should investigate this. There are some topics do need more time, that's for sure. The last topic we usually do it for like double the time of the regular topics, but there's so many topics I want to get to, so it feels like I need to cover more and more. But thank you very much for your input, Defus. I very much appreciate it. And I hope you're having a good evening over where you live. Okay, so let's see. So HMV Grind, this is a new feature for the website, and we're just going to check it out to see what this actually is. I suppose we can also put on some music while we do this stuff because, well, it's not a demonstration. Let's go ahead and put on some of this music. Aaron Does, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, that might be a bit loud. Let's turn it down a bit. Okay, so we're going to be doing this first challenge over in the grind section. I don't even know what to call this. This is a feature, I guess. But yeah, this is the link. Well, I mean, I guess the link is in the is just above. But Aaron Does, welcome to the stream. So it says you're connected to the system for your first time. HMV grind surrounds you. Okay, and let's just go down. And we've got the system has selected you. If you accept it, enter yes. So I've already done this part. You just need to enter yes into a submission field. And I guess that's the first part. Jason IT Solution, hello, nice to see you. We're just starting into the HMV grind over here. Okay, so every problem has a key around here. We just call them flags. If it's clear, you just type clear. Okay, so I guess they want us to type in the word clear. Submit that. Access granted. Okay, sure. Okay, so the next thing is once the flag is accepted, it's locked. No rewrites, no second takes. Clear. I guess the word is clear. Okay, Arando says, I want to create my own blog websites. Is it hard to create from scratch? Do you have any recommendations? Samantha Nakamoto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Is it hard to create a blog? I mean, I would assume it's not super difficult to do a blog. I think most people who do blogs these days do so with Medium. Medium.com. Write and read stories. This is probably the most popular choice for writing blogs. So, but Mono Tamori says use Ghost. I mean, I don't know what Ghost is. I'm not really a person who writes blogs. Most of the time when I publish stuff, I'm publishing it on GitHub. I think GitHub is a really good place to keep all of your notes when you're doing cybersecurity stuff. Okay, I'm a 640 says enjoying your HackMyVM Hades CTF walkthroughs. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Ima. Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing more of those in the next coming weeks. Diva says, I was wondering when you'd finally skip a day and break your schedule. We're going to be doing two streams a week on Wednesdays and Fridays now. And but we've extended our streams by about an hour for each stream. But yeah, I definitely need to schedule my time more effectively for some of these things. Okay, let's go back. What are we doing here? Okay, next one is you can only tap into the online grinds you've already unlocked. Clear? I guess we just need to keep on typing the word clear. Aaron Doe says appreciate it. Yeah, no problems. Okay, so and then we get some base 64. So this is base 64 encoded information. So you can usually tell that something is base 64 encoded because it's a bunch of numbers and letters along with a couple of special symbols. So especially if you see equal signs at the end of your strings, this might be a base 64 encoded string. There's a couple of ways that you can decode these. You can either go into your terminal and you can echo out something, well, echo n something, and pipe it into base 64 decode. Or you could use something like CyberChef. Okay, I'm Radare. Just testing that you're prepared. Just tell me yeah in my language. Yeah in my language. Okay. Oh, Jason IT Solution says on Monday I waited. I'm sorry to hear that. Jason asks, why did you change the schedule? We changed the schedule because I'm trying to start up a non-profit organization for HackerFrogs, and I need more time during the week to do that. Okay, Defa says, respect for being so reliable with your schedule. I'm watching you for some time now, and I think you've never skipped a day until last Monday. Well, I mean, I skipped a day in December for like a Christmas party on Wednesday one time as well. Sick in the Mind says, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's see. Memento Burr says Radara is a cybersecurity tool. Yeah, it is. It's a reverse engineering tool. Well, reverse engineering slash minor exploitation. Okay. Games GVG says that's nice. Thank you very much. And sorry about that, Jason IT Solution, but we publish our schedule over here on the Reddit, as well as the Discord. Okay, so Arando says you are coding a website, something like that, for your nonprofit project. Generally, what does it involve? So, I mean, I'm trying to start up a nonprofit organization. There's all sorts of stuff that goes into it. I'll talk about it very briefly. So we need to register organization. You need to write up programs for your organization. You need to apply for grants, solicit donations, set up a website, do banking stuff, all sorts of stuff that we need to do to set up the org. Okay, so Memento Mori says, what would yeah in its language be? So we're talking about base 64, right? Where are we here? Which terminal was I working on? Here. Okay, so so testing you to see if you're prepared. Just tell me yeah in my language. So that would be base 64. Well, echo n yeah. Pipe that into base 64. So it might be this. It might be with the new line, but we'll see what it wants. We'll try submitting this as the flag. Okay, so let's see. Karun, hello, nice to see you here. Not so familiar with the channel, but I'm interested in the things that we're doing. Yeah. Defa says, don't you need any money, like any income? Are you a crypto bro? Well, I mean, I've got some stuff going on, but yeah, I mean, I will be making money from directing the nonprofit organization, but it's not going to be a lot of money. Okay, so Memento Mori says, I thought it was deeper than that. Oh, no, it's not. I think this is supposed to be like an introductory challenge. Anyways, let's go back. We will submit the thing over here. Okay, access denied. Okay, so I think what they want is yeah with the new line. So we'll just do this one instead. Okay, and then try it again. Grinds completed. Okay, we successfully completed that one. Okay, Second Mind says TWSS. I'm not too sure what TWSS stands for in this case. No need to interpret that one, no problem. Okay. Why are you working in temp HF directory? So, I mean, each time I work inside of the terminal here, I want to make sure that everything is clean. I work inside the temporary directory because most of the time I want all of my stuff to disappear after I'm done working with it. So that's why I work inside of the temp directory. Okay, Memento Mori says, I've been avoiding hacking for a while. This is the first time in 6 months I'm watching something related to it. Wow. I hope you're doing okay, Memento Mori. And I hope your hacking is productive for you and not destructive. Okay, so this is all done. So I think we can do one more of these, right? So there's another one called Server 1. So it says a short start. We will click into it. So it says our colleague Tron got disconnected from one of our servers. Pinks was working with him. Now she needs your help. So I guess these are like gamified challenges. We've got a server, we got a protocol, we got a port number, and we got some credentials to use. Okay, so Karun says it's for video that looks so clean, but I'm learning that making specific directories. Oh, for learning making specific directories is great. Yeah, I mean, if you want to retain everything that you're that you're doing for your challenges, you definitely want to do something like this. So for example, you can go into your home directory. In your home directory, you might have like a write-ups directory. So cd write-ups. So I mean, I've got some of this stuff as well. So for each one of these challenges, for each platform, you might make a directory, and then you make a specific directory for the challenge name, all that good stuff. But for the stuff I'm doing today, most of the time, I want to stay inside of my temporary directory. Okay, so let's see. Yuri Yakoblov says, greetings from Cuba. Hello, nice to see you. Or hola, I'm not too sure. They speak Spanish on Cuba, right? I'm pretty sure they do. Okay, and Jason IT Solutionist says, what challenge are you working on right now? So I'll give you the exact challenge I'm working on right now. Over here. Not related to cybercrime, thank you. Thank you for telling me that it's not related to cybercrime, thank you. Okay, so it says, Memento Mori says, it just sucks to win a national CTF and not get a job because, wow, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that you're having troubles finding a job. But you know what? I think what I would do is I would get involved with the local cybersecurity, local cybersecurity community, and they might be able to help you get a job if you become acquainted with the people who are there. So let's see. Happy hacking, thank you. And Morning Star Option says, what is your tip for getting through the most boring parts of hacking tutorials, where we are reading some boring stuff instead of just hacking? Well, I mean, there's exciting parts of hacking and there's boring parts of hacking. And you need to learn how to work through all of the different parts. Sometimes there's going to be a lot of research involved, and sometimes the research is not so exciting. Okay, so just for fun, I'm going to store this stuff over here. So it looks like what we need to do is we need to reach out to and try to log into this server over here. So it's this one. I mean, you can try it out yourself. Here, I'll just copy all this stuff for the people in chat. Okay, and let's see. Are you earning something from Bug Bounty? No, I don't do Bug Bounty. It is Ola. Thank you, thank you. Defa says, I once took a complete break from cybersecurity for a month or almost a year. For a few months or almost a year, it kind of helped me, and I was much more into it after coming back. Yeah, well, I mean, burnout is a real thing. I've been feeling a little bit burned out lately as well. So let's see. I'm asked, how long does the temp directory hold info for? So the temp directory holds your data, your files, until you reboot your machine. When you reboot your machine, everything in the temp directory disappears. Okay, so Nosy Tanks says, practicing for RHCSA exam. This is a nice distraction. It seems kind of similar, but yet different. Okay, I mean, I'm glad to serve as a distraction for you if you need it. Okay, Memento Mori says, well acquainted, they're scared to involve me. I've never stolen data in my life. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. Tyler Ramsby, what is up? I've heard of the HackSmarter. I've heard of HackSmarter before. Well, Tyler Ramsby, you would have heard of HackSmarter before because you are HackSmarter. Okay, I guess it's for SSH. Let's see. All right, so let's go ahead and make this SSH command. So the creds are bought at this thing right over here. Specific port. So it's like -P 6961. Okay, and we'll try logging in. But before we do that, let's take a look at the challenge and what they want. So I have no internet access, so please connect to the server and tell me the host name to see if it's correct. Okay, so it's just some reconnaissance. This is it's a hacking game like The Last of Us hacking. I don't think I've played that one, but Leon, try catch me. Hello, nice to see you here. Jason IT Solution says, I've taken 20 days of being unproductive and promised myself not to do the same all year. Okay. Well, good luck to you on that. Let's see, when I got into hacking many years ago, I wanted to be ahead of the competition, but when I learned real hacking, I changed my mind. I don't want to know what you do on your computer. Well, I mean, I don't want to we don't want to do anything bad, you know, with our hacking either. Okay, so we put in the credentials there, and I'll just give everybody the command here if you want to give it a try yourself. So the password is I'm inside. So this one here. Okay, so this is server 1. And I think this is the name of the host. Otherwise, we can just type in the word hostname to get the hostname. Okay, and go back. I mean, I hope. Well, I mean, we all try to be as honest as we can, of course. Memento Mori. Okay, so Karan asks, "Are you doing beginner-friendly challenges, or am I doing beginner-friendly challenges for the stream?" Yeah, these challenges that we're going to be doing later, they're about as beginner-friendly as we can get. And how long have you been in cybersecurity? I've been involved in cybersecurity for the past 5 years or so. Professionally, I worked in cybersecurity for about half a year. Dopetimist. Okay, so doesn't TMP get purged in a week or so by default in the newer versions of some distributions? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the week time limit. I mean, I was under the impression that every time you rebooted your machine, everything in the temp directory disappears. Okay, Morningstar Option says, have you heard of Pwn.College? They are awesome. Yeah, I mean, I really recommend people who are trying to get into cybersecurity to look into Pwn.College. So, I mean, I'll give you the link over here. One of the reasons why I don't really cover the stuff over at Pwn.College, even though I think it's some of the best learning material for cybersecurity out there, is that they don't want people who are live streaming and making YouTube videos to cover their stuff. Otherwise, I would totally cover it. Okay, it's cleaned up on a reboot as well. Oh, okay. So you mean if you don't clean it out in a week, it's also emptied. Okay, so Memento Mori says, I think you should learn networking first. Yeah, I mean, I agree. And if anybody's looking to get into cybersecurity, I've got a Get Into Cyber website over here. And yeah, it's got some YouTube videos to watch. It's got some links, a bunch of good stuff for people who are just getting into cybersecurity. So SysOS Master says, if it's a normal amount, it will not get cleaned at all in some cases. Well, I mean, there's quite a few things about Linux that I'm still not completely sure about. I'm not a Linux expert, but I do use it on a daily basis. Okay, so let's go back. We were trying to submit our... Tell me the host name to see if it's connected. Okay. So the next thing is I want to know how many users they have bin HMV as their default shell. How many users have bin HMV as their default shell? I mean, this is some Linux foo that we're doing over here. So we would go back to the server and we would look at the etc password file. So cat etc password. This lets us know about all of the user accounts on the system. And we can, from here, what we can do is we can grep out everybody with the bin HMV shell. So grep e bin HMV. Okay, and this will only get the shells with the HMV shell rather. So the other thing we can do is we can pipe this into word count to get us an exact list, an exact number of lines. So this is 4. Okay, let's go back and report this. The answer is 4. 4 users. Okay, next thing we want to do is 1. Before leaving, Tron told me that he left some secret in a file called .don't delete me. What is the content of the file? Okay, so I mean, not super complicated. We just need to find the file with the find command. Okay, Karen says, bye guys, enjoy hacking everyone. Enjoy your evening or your day. Karen, thank you very much for coming by. So C. Kalanjaro says, everybody hop in to like the video. Just saw an interesting thread about Pwn College. Is everything free for us broke hackers? Yeah, I mean, everything I recommend here is free. So Second Mind says, Kali only purges on reboots. Haven't seen any config changes on Kali for that. And yeah, I mean, everything on Pwn.college is free. The only thing they don't like is they don't like people publishing their solutions for the challenges. But there's a lot of courses here that you can take completely for free. I'll drop that link in the chat one more time. Okay, and that's a complicated looking systemd temp files. I've never seen that command before. That'll show you the configuration. Well, I mean, I can take a look. Sure, let's try this. Well, I mean, it doesn't exist on here. Maybe it exists over here. Ah, okay. So this is the configuration for the temp directory. You got 10 days. Oh, okay. So temp is 10 days and temp var is 30 days before they clean it out. Okay, so let's find that file. So find /, which means the entire file directory name is .don't delete me. I think that's what it is, right? Don't delete me. Okay, so let's find the file. Okay, so Morningstar option says, just slight warning, their assembly course is lacking, and we'll need you to do a lot of external research to figure the solutions out. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't even know they had an assembly language course. Don't... Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Thank you very much for spotting the spelling error. So it's just here. Okay, so etc. don't delete me. I mean, we can just cat it out. And we've got some hexadecimal content. So just copy that flag, submit it. Okay, Second of Mind says, honestly, I found HTB's Hack the Box's assembly course. I didn't know that they had one. Let's see if we can find it. So Hack the Box. So Intro to Assembly Language course. Let's take a look. So this is a medium tier challenge. So it probably this costs money. I'm not saying that, you know, you shouldn't invest into stuff that costs money, but just want people to know that this is it over here. To anybody else who's interested in like a free alternative for learning assembly language, there's ASM Tutor over here. Really inexpensive for the content. I should take a look at it sometime, but yeah, thank you very much for letting me know about the course, Second to Mind. Okay, let's go back. So I think we're done. Flag accepted. Oh, looks like a hash. What kind of hash is it? What kind of hash is it? This is what kind of hash is it? Okay. So I mean, this is ooh. Let's see if we can identify what kind of hash this is. I mean, my gut feeling is this is some sort of MD5 hash. If this is an MD5 hash, we could probably identify it over at something like crackstation.net. Okay, and then we will try cracking it here. And this is an MD5 hash. It says, well, the actual contents of the hash are I love you. So I guess we will submit this as the answer. MD5. Whoops. That's not how you spell MD5. Okay. Okay, Sick in Mind says, linked in your GitHub, I had like 100 cubes lying around, said, why not? I mean, I would really like to explore all the stuff that's available over at Hack the Box. Unfortunately, they don't let you cover anything that's not tier 0 on videos or live streams over at Hack the Box. So that's yet another reason why I don't cover very much stuff from Hack the Box, because I try to cover stuff that's free, and the stuff that is paid, well, anyways, let's continue. Okay, so the next thing is use the password to log in with some account. He should have left one last message for us. Okay, so we know that the password is I love you, but we don't know which account it would be. So where's our SSH? Over here. So who are we? So we're the bot account. And Horkrine, hello, nice to see you here. Wow, I haven't seen you on my stream in a while, but welcome to the stream. Brute Force. I mean, I guess in this case it would be considered like a password spray. So we just need to get all the accounts that are not no login. So grepv, no login. Okay, so we're left with these ones here. I mean, the shutdown account, we should probably get rid of that one as well. So we got bot, we've got... I mean, I doubt that it would be root, but I guess we can try. There are the other bot accounts as well. And there's the nobody account. So try root. SU must be SUID to work properly. Really? Hold on. Oh, so we can't switch users. We can't switch users because SUID isn't configured properly. Or the SU binary is not configured properly. Okay, and let's see. Leon says, can you create an infinite account in Hack the Box? Can you create an infinite account in Hack the Box? I don't think so. The system doesn't refund... Well, it doesn't refund you enough, especially if you're doing, like, higher tier modules. It only refunds you something like 10% of whatever you pay. So it's not really possible to go infinite. At least I don't think so. Let's see, let's move into the home directory. So there's nobody, there's bot, there's root. So I'm pretty sure we don't have any sudo permissions here, do we? Nope, we don't. There's no sudo command. So how do we get in? I guess the other way that we would get in is by just using SSH as like another user. So we can get out of here. Wait, let me just... So we know the password is I love you. Oh, you know what? Okay, so if we know it's one of these accounts, we can just exit out of here. We can try the other accounts one at a time. So we'll try root. It's not root. We can try HMV bot 1. Actually, let's try nobody first. This is more likely. Nobody. Okay, it was the nobody account. Okay, Yuri Yakoblov says, I don't think we need to test the password for all users. No, we just kind of left a... we just kind of guessed at it. But Naeem, hello, nice to see you here. And I think I might know what your name is on Twitch, Naeem. Hello, what is up? What is up? And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Dima321. Thank you very much. Okay, so Morningstar says it doesn't refund you like that. You're not going to be able to do it, even if you refer a friend, because the said friend would have to sign up with a debit or credit card for you to get the referral credit. Huh. Well, I mean, I mean, Hack the Box wouldn't create a system that's gameable like that. It wouldn't really suit their reputation. Okay, so we've got a history file in here for the nobody user. Let's find out what's in here. Ah, okay, HMV, I'm not alone. Okay, we got a flag. Copy that. Okay, that's done. So is there anything, are there any more? Boot server 1, is that it? I guess that's it. But we've got like 30 minutes left in the segment. What should we do? I think we might want to try looking at some other challenges. Maybe another website. So let's try our favorite German hacking site. So this is Hack the Web. So Hack the Web has a bunch of challenges that you can do. This is it's a relatively easy CTF site. So if you're getting into cybersecurity and you just want to solve some easier challenges that teach you about different technology concepts, this is a very, very good beginner website to start off with. So if you want to access this using the demo account that has access to all the challenges, the username would be demo and the password would be HTW123. Okay, so let's see which one of these challenges we want to give a try. So we got Discord, treasure hunt, social engineer. I think we'll try some of these archived ones. So we got prime numbers, Mr. Clow, OSINT, assembled. So assembled, mysterious encoding. Let's try this one. Okay, Randolph Stokes says, I thought it was starting at 6. We're going to be starting about an hour earlier now because, well, we've got fewer streams during the week. We're only doing Wednesday and Friday, but we're doing longer streams. We're starting an hour earlier. Okay, so this is mysterious encoding. If you're logged into the website, you can take a look at it here. And I'm going to do a little write-up for this because I've been doing write-ups for all these other ones. So we keep them over on our GitHub. So this is what I really recommend to people who are getting into cybersecurity and learning through these exercises. Definitely document all the stuff you do. If you didn't document it, it didn't happen. It's something we say in cybersecurity. Okay, so this is Hack the Web, and let's make a new walkthrough file. So this one is called 305 mysterious encoding, and we're just gonna record all the stuff we need to complete the challenge over here. What is the URL of the challenge, what is the concept, and the method of solving the challenge. So the first thing we'll record is the URL where you can find the challenge, and well, the concept, I'm guessing we need to identify an encoding method. Let's take a look at what's going on. So it says, in the digital world, sophisticated methods are often used to encode and transmit data. In this challenge, you'll take a look at a mysterious encoding that is used to store and transmit data efficiently. So, I mean, I don't know what this might be. You know, I'll put it in a pastebin file for anybody who wants to take a look themselves. Okay, let's just make that new paste. Am I human? Okay, verify that you're human. Okay, awesome. All right, so everybody, if you want to take a look at the mysterious encoding challenge, this is it over here. So I mean, the first thing that that I want to do is I want to try looking over at CyberChef. CyberChef is a pretty common website that we use in cybersecurity to apply different encoding and decoding functions to a message. And one of the things we can apply is called magic, which is basically kind of like a brute force method. And we don't see anything. So the other thing that we have to bear in mind when we take a look at these cryptography or encoding challenges is that they might be encoded multiple times. Okay, so what could this possibly be? Cloretto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thank you very much for following on Twitch. Fedonev Labas, thank you. So what do we got? I don't think I've seen this kind of encryption, this kind of encoding before. But this might be like base 85. So base 85 is basic. It's an encoding. It's an encoding method that includes all of the all the standard special ASCII characters, plus all of the uppercase and lowercase letters and all the numbers. Let's give this a try. Oh no, this doesn't work. Okay, 10 Beer. Hello, nice to see you here from Bangladesh. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. And Neems, were you on another platform just a little while ago? What is up? So another thing that we could do with the message over here is we could try to ask our good friend the AI whether or not it knows what the heck this is. Because I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so let's just ask the question, what kind of encoding could this message be in? Paste in the message, and the encoding is Adobe ASCII 85. Didn't we just try that? Hold on, let's go back. So Adobe. So this isn't just ASCII base 85, it's Adobe ASCII base 85. So invalid character, I guess we need to adjust the alphabet. You need to remove the this thing. I guess we can just get rid of these symbols. Let's see, invalid character at index 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, Neem says, I'm struggling to get through a shell through command injection. Any ideas? Get a shell through command injection? You might want to try this website over here. It's called Payload Playground. And so if we're doing like command injection, they've got a few different techniques you could use for bypass. Give it a try. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to what ChatGPT thinks. So the encoding is Adobe ASCII 85, base 85. So delimiters here, these are signature markers for ASCII 85 used by Adobe. Okay. No other common coding uses those markers. So ASCII 85 uses a printable ASCII set. Your dataset only contains these characters. There's no padding, only hex characters. Okay, so how do we encode this? So base 85. So echo all this stuff out, then base 85 decode. Is that standard? So base 85 is not installed. SysOS master says it's base 85. I'm sorry, just remove. Okay, let's go back. So the message is where? Here. So let's copy this. Just remove the tilde. Okay. Remove the tilde. Remove the tilde. Now it says that there's an invalid character at index 0. Index 0 is this one. Index 4. You know what? So base 85 is not a command we can do on Kali here. Base 85. Or we could use Python. I mean, is it really this easy? Base 64. So base 64. Oh, they've got different codecs for base 64 in here as well. Okay, I mean, we can give this a try. Good old Python. Okay, let's try the crypty site. Sorry, solved it and then got confused. No worries, no worries. Got base 85 decode to look unlike base 64. Let me give the script a try. So let's call it encoding85.py. Okay, so data equals, well, we just need to get the big string. Let's grab that thing. Okay, paste it in. Although it seems like this is still not going through okay. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah. Oh, it's the new lines. So we need to strip the new lines out of this thing. Okay, let's go back. Let's just create a new file first. Then we need to strip everything out. So trd new line. Okay, and we'll try using this in the script. Delete everything. Invalid decimal literal. Invalid decimal literal. Line 3. So we got... Is this being interpreted as something... Strip those, strip out the new lines. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could use the crypty website, like what Morningstar recommended. Crypty base 85. So let's see, we're going to decode from So it looks like the thing that decoded is more of the same. I mean, if it's more of the same, we just need to decode it again. It looks like the same kind of encoding. Remember to remove the tildes. I mean, we didn't need to remove the tildes here. So unlike base64, base65 uses a larger blah blah blah. Okay. By the way, your search solution word is code knacker. All right. Well, we've got our answer. Are you decoding or encoding? So we paste the text in here, then we select decode, and then the decoded output should appear over here. Okay, so Cypher asked, did anyone else win anything on Try Hack Me Advent of Cyber? I didn't win anything. If anybody won anything from Advent of Cyber on Try Hack Me, let us know. Because I haven't won anything, and I've been playing for like 4 years. Not that not that it bothers me or anything. Okay, let's go back to here, and we'll submit our answer. Okay, this is correct. Great. Okay, so let's finish our write-up. So identify an encoding method, and I guess base 85 encoding. So method of solve. You see a long string of encoded characters. It's got too many characters in its character set to be base 64. There's a larger character set in another encoding method called base 85. Base 85 includes all uppercase and lowercase letters, all numbers, and all standard ASCII special characters. Can use a website like this one to decode the message. So let's see, it's called like Crypty. And Thonhe, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, and it says you'd have to be pretty clever to get past them. Cypher says, Fixit42, Fixit42, hello, nice to see you here. Hey, everybody, do you know that Fixit42 also does cybersecurity streaming? Let's give her a shout out. Okay, Morningstar says, I've never won anything. For the last 3 years I've been doing it. I bet people do 20 dummy THM accounts. I mean, you could, but I'm not sure if that's the way you want to do it. But I suppose you could. They'll probably take a look and see that they've probably got methods to figure out if you're using like spoofed accounts. Okay. The message is double encoded with the same encoding. And that's done. Okay, and GFLGFly, hello, nice to see you here. Hey guys, I'm new to this. Can you guys help me with how to start and what to study? Yeah. Let me go ahead and give you, so GFly, so I've got a little get into cyber website over here. There's a couple of YouTube videos, some playlists, and maybe even a quiz or two that'll help you get into cybersecurity, or at least start your journey into researching it. Give it a try. Okay, so I think we're done here. Although we might be able to do one more challenge. Let's give one more. Yeah, let's try one more. Okay, so we just finished Mysterious Encoding. And this one sounds funny. It's called Mr. Plow. Maybe we should give that one a try. Or like assembled. This is talking about assembly instructions. Probably. How about... yeah, okay, let's try assembly instructions. Oh, maybe this is like WebAssembly. What is this? On this website, your skill in solving various puzzles and problems will be put to the test. Each solved challenge contributes to generating a specific number, which is needed as a solution to the challenge. Consider all challenges before arrival in Surtac. There's no link. Is there supposed to be a link sitting around somewhere? Real Nano says, why hello there, I've had my interview today for the System Integration Apprenticeship. How are you? No games today. Oh, no, we're not, we're not warming up with a game today. We were warming up some other cybersecurity, well, easy cybersecurity CTF challenges. Okay, Leon asks, do you need to have a CompTIA Security Plus to work in cybersecurity? Depends on your role. It's not strictly necessary, depending on what kind of job you're doing inside of cybersecurity. So, I think there used to be a link for another website that you need to solve to do this challenge. But I don't think the link is here anymore. Anyways, let's go back. Well, we've got a challenge called CyberChef. The challenge is called CyberChef. We need to... wow. What is this? What is this? Alright, everybody. If you want to give this a try, I'll create a paste bin for it for everybody else here. Paste bin. New paste. Yeah, that looks like some fun. Okay, so everybody, if you want to more base 85, I don't think this one is base 85. It looks more like some sort of a bunch of characters encoded using some sort of method, or it might be. Anyways, let's take a look at CyberChef. Okay, so we got our CyberChef, paste in, oh, not that. Okay, so, I mean, I'm not too sure what this might be. I'll try magic and intensive mode. We'll see if anything comes out. So I honestly don't know what the heck this could be. So it looks like each little segment of this. Let's put it in text editor. So it looks like we should be separating these each time we see one of these semicolons. Something like this. What this actually means, I have no idea. Segfault says, this site is German, right? It is, yeah, it is a German website. So could it have to do something, could it have something to do with German? I'm not sure. So the obvious answer would be to ask ChatGPT, and that would really speak to whether or not ChatGPT is able to solve all your questions or whatever. Let's give it a try. Okay, so what encoding method could this be? Okay, I just found a German word. Okay, Cypher asks, how do I contact TryHackMe about the prize that they promised me? So Cypher, you'd probably open up like a ticket in TryHackMe. So let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up. So TryHackMe, they've got like a help center, right? Hold on. Let's see. Give feedback, maybe inside of feedback. There's also like a support. There's a support like email right here. Let me just give it to you here. There's like a contact page. Segfault says, I found a German word. You found a German word inside of the encoding? So it has this kind of stuff in common, right? Okay, what do we got? Is this like red, blue, and green? Is this some sort of RGB encoding method? I'll hold on to it though. I think it's the solution. Okay, Cypher says, in their email, no action needed from your side. We will reach out in the coming days with details on receiving your prize. This was a couple of weeks ago. You could also try going into the TryHackMe Discord and try asking over there. Although I don't know what I don't know why I'm doing tech support for TryHackMe. Anyways, there you go. What do we got from here? So this looks like ASCII 85. No. Without the Adobe wrapper markers, as quick sanity checks the prefix this. This is valid ASCII 85 and decodes cleanly into ASCII bytes. In fact, it decodes to a string that looks like base 64, which is a very common layered encoding pattern in CTFs. So can we just decode from base 85 again? That'd be a bit too... That'd be a bit too obvious, wouldn't it? Where's our Crypty website? Okay. We will decode. Oh, okay. So this is... So here's our text. We're decoding it from ASCII 85. Is this the right message? I was a little bored, so I encrypted the answers several times. Is this the same thing? Segfault says, CyberChef's magic was really helpful for quickly making the decode recipe. Okay, let's go back. We'll try CyberChef. So if we assume that this is still ASCII 85, base 85. So from base 85. Ah, okay. So base 85, and this looks like base 32. This is, I'm guessing this is base 32. So base 32. Maybe it's not base 32. Thank you very much for following Mohib Siddiqui. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But yeah, so before we've got uppercase letters, lowercase letters, and numbers. There's no... This looks kind of like base 64, but I'm guessing it's not. We can also try just using base64 here. Maybe this is base64 because it decodes into something that looks kind of like more base64. Okay, Morningstar says, how are you able to recognize what these bases looks like? I'm astounded. If you look at this kind of stuff, if you solve a lot of CTF challenges that involve this kind of stuff, you'll start to see patterns. So far I've got an interesting output with base64, base64, base64 binary. Yeah, okay. So base64, this looks like more base64, so we'll apply it again. This is binary, okay? And then we need to from binary. So this is binary, like zeros and ones. And then this looks like ASCII, decimal ASCII. So ASCII encoded decimal numbers from decimal. And then this is, I'm not too sure what this is now. So we got these numbers. I'm assuming these numbers are ASCII characters, but maybe they're not. Okay, let's see. Base 85, base 64, base 64, binary, and now we've got these characters. I'm assuming that these are all printable characters. So if it's from decimal, then it becomes these gibberish characters here. And what is the last transformation? Okay, Segfault says, I just kept adding to the magic to the end of my recipe and replacing what looked right. So where's our good old magic? This might be an XOR, like an XOR encryption. Magic. So let's put magic at the very end. Nothing of interest could be detected about the input data. Have you tried? Oh, intensive mode. Don't see anything super interesting. Okay, PPXPG says, yo, what's good, bro? Try removing the decimal. Okay, let's get rid of the decimal. What's good? How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. How is your day going? Just trying to solve some challenges over here. So we got hexadecimal. We got more XOR operations. So I'm guessing it's like one of these XOR operations. And then after the XOR operation, it's something else. But I mean, I don't know. When I see these numbers, I really think that this could be like decimal to... Seems to be octal, not decimal. Really? Huh, what makes you say that? From octal space. Okay, let's plug it in. Octal. From octal. Oh, wow. But yeah, my question is, what made you think that it was octal? Sick in the Mind says it's a German word, gefunden. I have no idea what gefunden means. So this looks like base 64 encoding again. Base 64. And then more base 64. Well, they've got... I very rarely see these triple... so from base 64 again. And then what is this? Oh, found in German. Should always check the highest digit. Did you not watch The Office? No, I didn't watch The Office, unfortunately. Okay, so I don't think the last one is going to be base 64. So maybe this is like base 32. This could be base 32 because it's all like uppercase letters, and base 32 is all uppercase. Wow. This was some... Okay, so it's base 85 into base 64 into base 64 into binary into octal into base 64 into base 32. That was, man, that sure was weird. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody who provided hints. Very much appreciated. Okay, we'll do our little write-up. We'll do a little write-up and then we'll move on to the next thing for today's stream. Okay. That's weird encoding. Well, I mean, it's very CTF. It is very CTF. Okay, so what's the name of the challenge? It is 309. 309 CyberChef. Okay. So Mohi Siddiqui, hello. I want to learn cybersecurity. Yeah, we've got a little website. Get into cyber. That'll help people who are starting out. Go and give that link a try, and hopefully it helps you. So let's see. We got our concept, we got our URL, and we've got our method of solve. So for this challenge, we just need to record a few things, and then we can move on. So the concept is multi-encoded strings. So we need to be able to identify base 85, base 64, base 32, octal to ASCII, and I think that's it, right? Okay, so the method of solving the challenge is paste the string into CyberChef, and I guess we can supply the URL for the website over here. So cyberchef.io. To anybody who so PPXPG says, why is the link not working? Why is the link not working? Let me try clicking on the link myself. No, it works for me. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, I do find the recipe URL the most palatable feature of using CyberChef. I mean, I need to learn how to use CyberChef more. I don't usually turn to it for as my first choice, but I really should. But PPX, why don't you give the link another shot? If it's not working, I'm not too sure what the problem might be, because other people report that it's working. Okay, so this is base 85, base 64, base 64. Oh, there's also binary encoding. The pattern is base 85, base 64, base 64, binary to ASCII, and then what was it? Base 64, base 32. No, binary into octal. Okay. Octal to ASCII, base 64, base 32. Okay, done. Oh, a file with the same name. Hold on. File with the same name exists. Have we done this before? Uh-oh. Hold on, everybody. We might have done this challenge before. 309? Oh, we've done this before. We've done this before, but we actually want to replace this, because this is, anyways. Okay, edit the file. We'll just get rid of everything. Just a second. Okay, this is it. Fixit42 says, good night, thanks for the stream. You recently named the other file, started with that. Yeah, but I think we'll be okay now. So commit these changes. Okay, done. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next thing we're doing is we're going to be doing a demonstration. So the demonstration we're going to be doing is going to be over at this website over here. It's called EchoCTF.red. And this is a great website for, well, for learning about cybersecurity skills, in particular web app security concepts. And we're going to be doing it through this machine over here. Let me just get set up before we start. I'm going to be doing some port scanning, some fuzzing, and also doing some web app enumeration. Let's call this research. Okay, we got our text editors, and we need to be able to access the platform. So for these challenges, we need to download our VPN key. If you're logged into the website, you can click on Profile Actions, and then you can download a VPN key that you can use to access the EchoCTF Network. Let me go ahead and do that now. Okay, and this is going to be a beginner-friendly walkthrough. I'll try to explain as best I can all the stuff that we're working through. We also have a little document that we're going to be following as well for EchoCTF. This one's called Dasher. Okay, so I mean, these notes over here are pretty rough, but this is the kind of stuff that I'm going to be using to work through this, because these are the notes that I took initially when I did this challenge a few months ago. Okay, I've got them. I've got my notes. Let's go ahead and start the challenge. So this is going to be networks. This is the BRCTF. So BRCTF is it's mostly dealing with easier web app security challenges, and we're going to be doing this one today. It's called Dasher. Go ahead and start the challenge. I need to do my YouTube intros and outros for each one of these challenges. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Dasher challenge over at EchoCTF.red as part of their BRCTF Machines network. So the first thing we want to do on any one of these challenges is we want to copy the IP address of the challenge and do our initial scans. So we're just going to copy the IP address, then we're going to go over to our terminal. So in the terminal, we're going to run a very simple nmap scan. An nmap scan is going to let us know what open services and ports are available on the remote server. So when we run our nmap scan, we're going to run it to get all of the versions for the services that we find. We're going to run it very verbose, we're going to run it very fast but not too fast, and we're going to get all of the open ports on the system. The last thing we need to supply is the IP address that we want to scan. So when we run the scan, it'll tell us eventually that there is one port open. So just because we won't want to delay for too long, the port that is open is actually port 8085. So if we want to investigate port 8085 on this target, we would get the IP address, we would go over to our web server, our web browser, and then we would paste in the IP address prepend HTTP, the IP address, and then colon 8085 to access that port in particular. Okay, so when we access this website, so this is the web app that is running on the server's port 8085, and we see the name of this software over here. It's called Dasher with an extra R, and we don't know what this is. So if you don't know what something is, you would probably do some research to find out what it is. Fortunately, we've got this link over here available, and this link is a GitHub link. So if it's a GitHub project, then you could probably find out more about the software that's being used. The Diz King says, "What's up, Shy Hat?" Hello, Diz King. Nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing a guided walkthrough right now. So we're just going to go to the GitHub page. And so this is the GitHub repository. So GitHub has a lot of different repositories that have different software that is being hosted. And in this case, we can read up a little bit about this. So what does it tell us? So Dasher, with an extra R, is a minimal and lightweight dashboard for your self-hosted services and bookmarks. So what we need to understand is this is an application. It gives a lot of functionality, but more importantly, for each one of these repositories, we can actually look up whether or not there are any security issues. And if there are security issues within the repository, they'll be reported over at this tab over here, Security. So you can just click on that. And the Diz King says, what site are we hacking on today? So we're currently hacking on EchoCTF. So EchoCTF.red. Okay, so where were we? We were looking at the security issues. So it says, no security policy detected. No security policy detected. Well, that's a doozy, isn't it? And we also see this entry over here. So unrestricted file upload leads to remote code execution. Well, we can click on this and we can find out what is up with this vulnerability, this security vulnerability. It's listed as high risk security vulnerability, so this is what we're interested in. And Kirasek is raiding with the party of 20. Welcome in, raiders. My name is the Shy Hat, and yeah, I do cybersecurity stuff over here on Twitch. Welcome, raiders. What were you up to, Kirasek? I see you online a lot, and you're usually working on like CTF stuff. You're really into the grind. And ZB, hello, nice to see you here. Let's give a hack the planet to everybody who's coming in. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Cybernerd Dante, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? But yeah, so Kirasek, were they working on Hack the Box? Were they working on TryHackMe or some other platform? Can you share the music playlist? Yeah, let me... So I think if you just search up Cyberpunk 2077 OST, you should be able to find it on YouTube. Jack was doing the Meta CTF. Oh, the Meta CTF. I don't think I've done that one before. But anyways, we should probably get going with our challenge over here. So we just found a GitHub repository associated with the application here, and there's a security tab. So in the security tab, we found out that there is a high-level security vulnerability that was reported on GitHub. So we can click on it, and then we see here that this is the endpoint that's being affected, filesave.php. We've got affected versions and when it was patched. We also have a CVE number over here as well, and a description. So unrestricted file upload allows any unauthenticated user to execute arbitrary code on the server. So we got a bunch of details. There's a proof of concept. Thank you very much for following Dental Dam. Dental Dam? Dental Dam. Hey, it's a funny name. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for following. Okay, so let's see. Using default configuration, intercept the post request used to save the settings in Burp Suite. Rename the file to shell.php, replace the data to the following. So what we have here is a very simple PHP web shell that we're replacing with the settings. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. So let's talk a little bit about how we got to where we are right now. So this is Dasher. We've got a software vulnerability discovery via GitHub. So in this challenge, a non-standard web app is being used, but there's a GitHub repository which we can look at. So we click on the GitHub repository, and then for any GitHub repo, a good place to look for potential security vulnerabilities is the security tab on the repo's landing page. So on the landing page, if there's any security issues, they're going to be listed in this security tab over here from the repository landing page. So in this case, looking at the security tab lets us know about a file upload vulnerability that leads to remote code execution. So this is how we're going to do it. So we're going to do this in Burp Suite. So inside of your Kali Linux, you can just type in the word Burp Suite, or you can start typing it in, and then we can start up this software. So Burp Suite it's pretty much an essential tool as far as web app security is concerned. So web app security testing, Burp Suite is a very, very common tool used in when testing web applications. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we're just going to take a little break. And while the break is going on, we're going to put on some birds, because I love my birds. Let's do some FaceTime. Okay, so enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just need to take a little break for the ads to run by. ZB asks, "Is that your backyard?" Yeah. This is my backyard bird feeder. SysOS Master says, "Still waiting on a Burp Suite killer." Still waiting on a Burp Suite killer. I mean, some applications are trying to replace some of what Burp Suite does. Unfortunately, there's not an application that does everything that Burp Suite does. So I'm not a big fan of monopolies, but I mean, Burp Suite is a very, very good tool. ZB says, Kaido? I've heard that Kaido doesn't do everything that Burp Suite does, but I have heard very good things about Kaido. I've been meaning to get into it. Okay, Frankie Livada says, "For so long I've never used Burp and instead made Python scripts." I mean, Python scripts are also very good, especially if you're very comfortable using Python. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, Frankie. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's start up Burp. So we just press OK, and then we can go over to the proxy. So inside of Burp Suite, you're mostly working inside of these tabs. So each one of the tabs is associated with one of the Burp Suite tools. And most of the time, we're working inside of the proxy tab, the intruder tab, or the repeater tab for our easy level web app security challenges. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the proxy tab. We're going to click on Open Browser to open up the Burp Suite browser. The reason why we use this browser is because everything that's transmitted between the web server and this web browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So we're just going to go to the application, paste the URL into the Burp Suite browser. Let's see, Yuri says, can you show some useful extensions to work on this task? So this particular challenge doesn't really require us to use any special extensions for Burp Suite. So inside the application, it said that what we need to do is we need to access the settings. So the settings we can access from over here. So we'll click on it. We've got our settings here. And it doesn't really matter what we put in our settings. We just need to save the settings. So let's see. We'll just change the title to Dasher HackerFrogs, and then we'll save out the setting. So click on that. So afterwards, we can go back to Burp Suite, and this saving the settings was recorded inside of the Burp Suite HTTP history. So we go to Proxy, HTTP history, and we'll just scroll all the way down until we get to there should have been something for save file. Hold on, let me do that again. Okay, so Dasher settings. Okay, click on this. Okay, that should have saved the settings. So we'll go back to Burp Suite, and we see a post request. So the post request is to this endpoint here, filesave.php. This is the one that was indicated in the security report. So we'll just click on it, and we'll send this to the repeater. So this request right here, we're going to be modifying it. We'll right-click on it, and we'll select Send to Repeater, and this is going to send this particular request to the Burp Suite repeater tool. So click on the repeater tab, and according to the security report, where is it? Okay, it says rename the file to shell.php and replace the data with the following here. So I mean, this is the PHP web shell. So we're just going to copy this code here. We're going to remember that we want to rename the file to shell.php. Well, it could be anything it could be anything we want, really. So back here in the repeater, we'll rename this file from settings.json to webshell.php. Okay, and instead of the regular JSON stuff, we're just gonna select everything and get rid of it. And then we're gonna paste in our PHP web shell file. Okay, so we're gonna echo out something like something fun, like HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and yeah, so before we send this file, let's talk about what this web shell does. Okay, and thank you very much for following on YouTube, Mao Hang and Etomo, and thank you very much for following on Twitch, Yami Hunter. Much appreciated, thank you. So we'll talk about what the web shell does over here. Okay, so this is the web shell code written in PHP. So we just echo out a little message first, HackerFrogs like and subscribe, and then we run a system command. So system command basically means run a system command based on a URL parameter. And the URL parameter we're using is the CMD URL parameter. So for example, we could run all sorts of system commands like cmd equals who am I, or cmd equals lsla. It's basically, this lets us run any Linux command we want on the server, because the server that is underneath the web page is running Linux. So we're just gonna send this request, and response, we get 200 OK. So 200 OK means that it went through all right. So we're just gonna go back to the application here, and we're just gonna access the web shell that we created. So we just go to, instead of index.php, it's webshell.php. Okay, and we see the message. HackerFrogs like and subscribe. SysOS master says with request, it could also be a post payload, just for your information. So I mean that we sent a post payload to create the web shell. So this is a post request to the include filesave.php endpoint. So it expects we could send. This is supposed to be used to create a new settings page in JSON format, but in this case we've hijacked it to create a webshell.php page with web shell code. So we'll go back to the application here, and we're going to put in our cmd command. So cmd, the URL parameter that we specified, who am I? Okay, so we are the etsctf user, because this is what came back when we gave this command, who am I? We can also see what's in this directory. So lsla, we've got a bunch of stuff in here. If we take a look at the source code, it'll give us a better formatting for this. Okay, so SysOS master says request the get or post values given its PHP quirk. Yeah, I mean, let's see. So here, request means it's supposed to take in a URL parameter. And the URL parameter for this request, this get request, is cmd. So we can give the URL parameter and we can give our command afterwards, because it's being run with the system function. The system function is going to take in whatever's in here, and it's going to run it as an OS command. Okay, so what we want to do from here is we want to get ourselves some elevated access. Well, not elevated access, we want to get direct access to the web server. So what we can do from here is we can create a little file to upload and give ourselves our reverse shell. So over here, we're going to use this program right here. It's called MSF Venom. It can be used for a lot of different nefarious purposes. In this case, we're going to create a binary that creates a reverse shell connection to our attacker machine that we specify over here on port 443. The format of the file that we create is going to be an elf file, which is a Linux file, Linux binary executable. That's going to be called rev.elf. So when we run the command, we're going to get this binary over here that we need to upload to the target and then execute to give ourselves our direct access. So the other thing we need to understand about this command is that we need to give it a couple of parameters. We need to give it our IP address for our attacker machine, which we can get with the IPA command over here. So the 10.0 interface is the one that we're using right now. This is our attacker machine IP address. So the other thing we need to do is we need to specify a port, and in this case, the networking port we're going to use for our reverse shell listener is port 443. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to create a little command that we're going to give to the web shell to upload the reverse shell binary to the target. It's going to be a wget command. It's going to be to our attacker address 10.10.3.10, and the file is called rev.elf. Okay, so this is the command we're going to give to upload our malicious binary. But before we do that, we need to serve this file on our attacker machine by running a little web server. So the command the command to do that is the Python module http.server, and we specify a standard port. So a port to serve it on, which is port 80. So this means that everything inside of the current directory is going to be served as what is the word? As a web server. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this command. So over here, we're going to give the command wget to our attacker machine, and we're going to download rev.elf. Okay, so Mohib asks, how did you catch the number port 80 in the beginning of the process? I saw you were calculating fast, but how did you do it? So why do we use port 80? We use port 80 because port 80 is the default port for unencrypted web pages. So HTTP is the original protocol. The standard port it uses is port 80, which means that when we give our wget command, we don't have to specify a specific port number. Okay, so we see that we've actually uploaded the file because we've got the logs over here. So the machine contacted us and it downloaded rev.elf. So there's 2 more steps that we need to do to actually get a reverse shell connection. So the next 2 steps are start up a reverse shell listener on our attacker machine. So we're just going to use a little wrapper program called rlwrap, and we're going to start it with the netcat program. We're going to listen on port 443 for a reverse shell connection. So this is pretty typical for one of these CTF exercises. You listen on a specific port, and then you have the victim machine call out to your attacker machine and create that connection. Okay, so we're now listening on port 443, and then we go over to the web shell, and we run 2 following commands. So it's going to be make the rev.elf file executable by changing its file permissions. And the last command is just going to be to execute the binary. So /rev.elf. So when we run this, we're going to see that the process hangs, and it's currently loading. If we go over to our reverse shell listener, we see that we've received an incoming connection. We ask who am I? We are the ETS/CTF user. And what we want to do is we want to upgrade our shell slightly. So we would typically figure out if there's a program you can use to do that, like Python 3. And then we'd run the command import pty.spawn bin bash. And now we've got a slightly better shell. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to call in our good friend Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we broke into the system. Just a second, everybody.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Dasher Administrator, it seems like you like to use GitHub repos with software that has security issues. That is a big mistake. We managed to look into this GitHub repository and discover its security flaws, which we used to upload malicious web shell files, which we then turned into reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about these security issues on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in. Okay, Yuri GH says, Elliot, hello. Yeah, you recognize that from Mr. Robot. Okay, so we've got basic access to the system now, but what we want to do now is we want to do privilege escalation. So privilege escalation is basically taking our access from our regular user and elevating it to the super user. Cyber Dante says, we're in. Vix DLL, thank you very much for coming on by, and thank you very much for for following on Twitch, HexCQQ, thank you. Okay, so typically on these easy boxes, we can check to see if we've got sudo permissions with our current user using the sudo l command. This is going to let us know if we can run any commands as the root user, and in this case, it lets us know this. So on this system, our user, the ATSCTF user, may run the following commands on Dasher. So as any user, as any group, with no password, they can run user bin gcc. So the gcc program, it's a pretty well-known program. It's used to compile programs from source code. In this case, it's compiling from C code or C++ code. So SysOS Master says we can build any software as we can build any. Oh, the voice changer is still on. I forgot to clear it. Sorry.
All right, we're back. We're not Scary Hacker Voice Man anymore. Man, sorry about that. So SysOS Master says we can build any software as root. I mean, the problem is that a lot of programs have extra functionality. Let's talk about what this means if we can run GCC as root. Okay, so this is privilege escalation. We're going to be doing privilege escalation through sudo gcc. So on this system, we're able to run the GCC compiler program with sudo. So the privilege escalation method for GCC is well known and makes use of the wrapper function. So what is this wrapper function, you ask? So the wrapper function is used to run other programs in the middle of binary compilation. So we can use it to break out into a new terminal with elevated permissions. So if you run GCC with the wrapper argument, you can run any other command in the middle of compiling your program. And in this case, we can just give the command to break out into another shell. Because we're running the program as sudo, we're going to break out into a root shell. So one very common website that we use to look for vulnerable Linux binaries is this one over here called GTFOBins. So from here, you can search for the binary that we've got elevated access with. In this case, it's GCC. We're going to click on the word shell here, and it says this executable can spawn an interactive system shell. So it says this function can be performed by any unprivileged user. We just run GCC with the wrapper argument, and we instruct it to give us an sh shell. So it doesn't need to be an sh shell. It could be a bash shell. Actually, we're going to use a bash shell instead of the sh one. So we're just going to get rid of sh, replace it with bash. This runs the well, okay. Before we run this, we need to specify we're running it with sudo. Otherwise, it doesn't give us a root shell. So sudo gcc, in the middle of gcc, run the wrapper program to give us a bash shell. And because it's running as sudo, it gives us a root shell. So if we ask who am I, it says we're root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, SysOS Master says you could also build something with the SUID bit set. Really? I didn't know that. Oh, true. Yeah, you could build something with the SUID bit set. Maybe you could build like a symlink. No, not a symlink. You could build something that is like a shell, maybe. And because you're building it with as an SUID binary, it runs as root. Hanky Lodwig says, GG. Yeah, this is GG. Kali Linux Premium, hello. Nice to see you here. Let's see. You could build a spawner. Yeah, you could build a program that that spawns a shell, for sure. But I mean, the easier way to do it is to just run it with the wrapper argument to directly spawn a shell. And okay, so we're almost done. The only two things we need to do left are to collect the flags. So there's one flag in the home directory. Inside of ETSCTF. So I'm not gonna read the flag because we need to try to respect the organizers here. The other flag is inside of the root directory. So the root directory is here. If we would read the root directory, it'll give us the contents of the flag, but just trust me when I say it's there. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Dasher box over at EchoCTF Red as part of their BR-CTF Machines network. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so SysOS Master says, just giving more potential vectors for allowing GCC as root. No worries, SysOS Master. Yeah, I mean that we need to understand that we could abuse these binaries in a number of different ways. So not every binary that is given pseudo permissions is going to let you elevate your privileges, but a lot of them can. So part of security is figuring out what we can do and what we can't do on our system to keep it safe. Okay, Siri says it was very funny. Oh wow, well, if you enjoyed the funny voices and the explanations, then I'm happy for you, and I'm happy to be able to give you that. Anyways, let's we've got like 25 minutes left. We might be able to do a little bit more. Maybe we can do another challenge from Hack the Web. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, SysOS Master. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And thank you very much for following Marties42. Okay, so we just solved, let's try this. Actually, I'm not too sure if I want to try this one called Tor. I've never really worked with Tor before. Find the answer. Oh wow. Okay, so this is accessing like an onion router website. October Barbie says is there a way to actually delete all the files on a laptop? Delete all the files on a laptop? Are you using Linux? Or are you using Windows? I mean, the answer is both. The answer is yes in either case. You probably need to have like a privileged account to do it in Windows. I mean, the easier way to delete all the files on the laptop is probably to remove the hard drive and to plug in the hard drive into another device. Doing it from your own OS, I've never really tried to do that before on Windows. But if anybody has some advice you could give to October Barbie, he'd probably really appreciate it. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to access this page. Okay, so this is new. I've never had to access any sites on through the onion router before. So Tor is the onion router. I wonder, do they have like a Tor browser on here? No, I don't think they do. Okay, Tor browser, Kali Linux. Is there like a standard one? Installing Tor browser on Kali Linux. Okay, October Barbie says, I just want to access the internet and delete the other stuff. Okay, so let's see. Open the terminal, then run the following commands: sudo apt update, install y Tor browser launcher. then run using the following command, Tor browser launcher. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't installed by default. Yeah, okay. So let's see, do we want to install it? Let's try installing the Tor browser launcher. Okay, SysOS Master has some good advice. Get a live OS image on a USB, such as Tails Linux. I mean, this is it's a very popular distribution. Tails Linux is a very popular distribution for privacy. It's basically a temporary OS that deletes everything after you shut it off. So nothing's recorded. Or at least that's the theory. I've never really used it in practice, so I'm not really too sure. Okay, so I think we've got it. Okay, downloading Tor browser for the first time. So, like I've said, everybody, I've never used the Tor browser before. So, what is this? Some of Tor's security features may offer less protection on your current operating system. Tor browser has set your display language to English. Okay. So Tor browser routes your traffic over the Tor network run by thousands of volunteers around the world. So Tor is supposed to be anonymous browsing. Anyways, let's connect. Tor browser routes your traffic over the Tor network run by thousands of volunteers. So it routes your traffic through a few different nodes, and it's supposed to be safe. It's supposed to be safe. It's supposed to be anonymous. And the thing is that you can't access, or at least I don't think you're able to access, regular websites using Tor. SysOS Master says it's what keeps journalists and others safe in hostile nations. I really don't have very much experience with that. Okay, let's give this a try. So over at this challenge here, so we're gonna try accessing this page. So it is this domain, onion.something/htw-chal314.txt. So I mean, the challenge is using the browser. Not found. The requested URL was not found on the server. So is this HTTPS? Unable to connect. Okay, site is temporarily unavailable or too busy. TXT, isn't that a text file? It should be. I mean, it should be a text file. So SysOS Master says it takes enormous effort to reconstruct where your traffic comes from with Tor, and through exit nodes you can access the normal internet. Let's see, Yuri says Elliot hacked the cafe manager, catching the traffic from the exit node. Oh yeah, right, that was a plot point in the first episode of Mr. Robot. URL is not complete. Okay, let's take a look back on the regular website. So you can find the answer here. Alright, so where's our text editor here? So we got our subdomains. So our subdomain is arg. Our subdomain is... Oh, okay, this is our primary domain. And this is the suffix. So this domain here, .onion /htw, and then chal314.txt. What URL did you try to remove arg? What URL did you paste into the browser? Did I? Oh, was I missing? Did I not paste everything? Let's go back. Oh, you're right. There's a typo here. Thanks for pointing it out, everybody. Okay, so the answer, die Antwort The answer is Zweibel? Zweibel. Is it Zweibel or Zweibel? It's onion. Okay. So, I mean, I guess the challenge in this case is just getting the Tor browser to work. Okay. Pot smoking Pat. Hello, nice to see you here. I got on my phone to. Oh, you got on your phone to type that in. Thank you very much for letting me know. So yeah, I mean, if there are like 100 chatters, you probably see something that that the broadcaster doesn't see. Okay, so Zweibel is the answer, and let's do our little write-up talking about that. We want to do write-ups for everything that we're doing because we want to remember how we solve these challenges. So hack the web, and this is like 314, right? So we'll call this write-up 314 Tor. Let's see. So the URL, the concept, the method. Okay. So 222 says, I'm a beginner. What is an API? That's a fair question. An API is an application programming interface. It's basically a method or like an interface you can use to interact with the web application backend. It's basically how you perform actions on a web application. Okay, so let's complete the challenge. Let's delete. Let's close out some of these tabs that we're not using, because, well, it's kind of annoying to have too many tabs open. Okay, so this is the URL of the challenge. Okay, the concept is connecting to Tor, accessing a page while connected to Tor. Sick in the Mind says, Yo Shyhat, I know you love a good learning game. Have you checked out Shenzhen.io yet? I've seen Shenzhen.io. It's a game about programming little devices, and it uses like an assembly language. But I'm not too sure if like Shenzhen.io would be a good like streaming game. Let me show you what it looks like. Shenzhen. Yeah, it looks, well, it can look something like this. Okay, can we make this big? So it can look like this. There's a, that, they programmed Tetris using Shenzhen.io. That's pretty funny. Okay, 222 asks, how old were you when you started hacking? I mean, I started hacking when I turned 40 years old, and that was back in 2020. So you can do the math if you like. So SysOS Master says TIS 100 is a pretty decent game to learn some basic assembly with. By the way, yeah, I mean my problem with both Shenzhen.io and TIS 100 is that it's not super exciting to look at if you're a viewer. So I'm kind of, there are some other games that I'd rather play that are a little bit easier for viewers to follow along with. But anyways, okay. So 222 says, thanks, man. You take your notes on GitHub? Yeah, I take all of my notes on GitHub because they're all publicly available, and I want to be able to access my notes from anywhere I can use the internet. Okay, SysOS Masters, they're not streaming type games. They're good for yourself to play. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So new viewers jumping in the middle might get lost in the sauce, maybe. Well, I mean, I try to consider what makes for like a good viewing experience when I choose the games. But anyways, let's complete our write-up, and then we might be able to do one more challenge before we move on to the next thing. Okay, so connect to Tor, and then access a page while connected to Tor. So the method to solve, we are asked to access this page. Well, just put it between some of these. We can't access this page through a normal web browser. Hold on. I need to switch up my music, and then we can continue. How about some of this? Okay, 222 asks, is Hack the Box useful? Yeah, Hack the Box is certainly useful. Let me pull it up. So hackthebox.com. I'd say that Hack the Box is a good website for people who already have a good grasp of cybersecurity concepts. I wouldn't say that Hack the Box is particularly beginner friendly, but a lot of people use it, and a lot of people like it. And there's some good certifications that are available from Hack the Box as well. Okay. All right, so we can't access this page from a normal web browser. Once connected in a Tor web browser, paste the above URL into it and get the answer. Okay, so the answer was like Zweibel. Save this out. SysOS Master says, to get an account on Hack the Box, you need to know some hacking already. Are you talking about like the requirements to actually make the account? Do they still have like a test? It used to be that on Hack the Box you had to solve some, like, what was it called? ROT13. You need to decode like a ROT13 message. I don't think they have the requirement anymore. I think they removed it. But anyways, let's submit that answer. Zweibel. Okay, so 222 asks, if you were to begin hacking from scratch in 2026, where would you begin? So I'd probably begin with try hack me. So try hack me and PicoCTF. So picoctf.org. But if you're thinking about getting into cybersecurity, we've got a website that helps people get their bearings there. Hanky Lodwig says PicoCTF is more beginner friendly in my opinion. I mean, the problem with introducing, you can introduce beginners to PicoCTF. The thing is that they don't teach. The challenges are easier than some other ones on CTF websites, but they don't really teach you as you go along. But there is still a lot to learn there. So try this website here if you like. It might be able to help you out on your way to getting into cybersecurity. Okay, so let's do another challenge. Okay, so we got prime numbers, we've got some. So prime numbers is obviously going to be some sort of programming. Challenges. So discover prime numbers and their properties. I am garbage at math. Just to let everybody know, like beforehand, before I start, embarrassing myself. I am not very good at mathematics. So prime numbers are whole numbers that are greater than 1 that only have 2 positive divisors, so 1 in itself. So this means that you can only divide that number by 1 or itself. So numbers like 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11. But there are like really large numbers that are also prime numbers as well. Okay, so your task is to find all the prime numbers from 2 to this really big number here and then add them up. So let's see, for example, sum of all prime numbers in the range. In this range, so just identify what is a prime number and then record them. And then after recording them, at the very end, sum up everything in that list. So let's see, SysOS Masters is, there are several prime sieves online. You could use one to find a solution. I mean, typically for this kind of challenge, I like to use a little bit of Python to do it. So, I mean, we could Python Python function check prime. So a simple and efficient Python function to check if the number is prime involves checking for divisors up to the square root of the number. So we could use a simple Python function. I thought, you know, for some reason I thought there would be like an actual function inside like a math module that did the same thing. So something that looks like is prime number, and then it would return true or false. So 222 asks, do you do hacking for a living? I mean, I teach hacking, and I'm trying to set up a nonprofit organization for hacking training as well as cybersecurity awareness. You can use that function. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done with our Onion browser. We're just going to close it out. Okay, so here's an optimized function that uses a for loop and the square root optimization. Import math. Define is prime. Okay, well, I mean, we can probably use something like this. So we'll just create a simple script. We'll call it prime and sum. Okay. So before we run the code, of course, we need to look over the code to make sure that the AI is not hallucinating. So we're making a function here. So is prime n checks if a given integer n is a prime number. So arguments n, the integer, the number to check, returns a bool, true if the number is prime, false otherwise. Okay, Yuri asks, when are you going to stream next time? Yeah, so for right now, we're streaming on Mondays, on Wednesdays and Fridays. Our schedule, you can find it over at the Reddit page over here. Or you can find it on our Discord. So whichever app you prefer. So for right now, we're doing every Wednesday and every Friday. So that range looks odd to me. Hold on. Okay, returns true if n is a prime number, false otherwise. If n is equal to or greater than 1, return false. So 0 and 1 are not prime numbers. If n is equal to 2, 2 is the only even prime number. If n modulo 2 equals 0, return false. Other even numbers are not prime. And then the next part of the function is check odd divisors up to the square root of n. Okay, so limit equals int integer math square root math.square root n plus 1 for I in range 3 limit 2. So limit equals the square root plus 1. We run a for loop. Okay, 222 asks, why did you start hacking back in 2021, COVID? I made my decision to get into cybersecurity before COVID became a thing, but COVID was actually a very good excuse to not go out and to just strap in and study cybersecurity stuff. So kinda yeah, but kinda no. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Krishna. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. If n modulo I equals 0, return false. A factor was found, so the number is not prime. Otherwise, return true. No factor is found, so the number is prime. Okay, so from here, all we need to do is we need to put in our range. What's our range? So find all the prime numbers from 2 to this big number. So we can just get rid of this. So we got our big function up here. We also need to create a list. So the list we're going to create is prime numbers. Prime numbers equals empty list. Actually, I guess we can define this the prime numbers list inside of our for loop as well. So it would be for I in range. So start at 2, end at this really big number. So do we need to add 1? So this isn't inclusive, so we should probably add 1 to this. Okay, so for this thing in range, we need to run number to check, or no, is prime. Is prime with I. So I guess if is prime, then do something. So if is prime returns true, then do something. We will, let's define our, list here. So prime numbers equals empty list. If is prime I, then okay, so 222, it says, can you explain something to me? I want to go into cybersecurity, but I'm afraid of AI. Do you think it will replace jobs? So, I mean, let's talk about AI and replacing jobs. AI and cybersecurity. Will it replace jobs? Yes. But it will not replace all jobs. So the big, the big variability here is what portion of all cybersecurity jobs will AI? Well, I mean, we use the word replace. It's probably not going to be like an AI like taking the place of a human. It's going to be more like one worker with the assistance of AI will be able to do the work of X number of workers, which means that the industry will hire less workers. So the thing we need to figure out is what portion of these workers are going to be replaced by one worker plus the assistance of AI. Okay, SysOS Master says AI cannot do creativity. It can do automated things. It will enhance the work. It will not replace workers. Workers will do other things. And there is way too much work, which is increasing by the day. So let's see. Second Mind says, far-fetched assumption so far. Microsoft is already backing out of pilot. Co-pilot pushes. Okay, so Abdul says, "Do you remember me?" Abdul Hamid K. Hello, nice to see you here. And let's see. CJ Web Design says, "AI can't code everything correctly yet." I mean, there's going to be an impact on the cybersecurity industry. How much of an impact is the real question. It's not going to replace workers. The workers are going to be expected to do more with the assistance of AI, which means they're going to be hiring less workers. What exactly those numbers are, I'm not too sure about. Okay, so Khalid says, on the topic of AI, it depends on the type of job. If it's something repeatable, it probably will. AI knows how to do things that has been done, but it's not good at new things unless a good user uses it. Okay, so 222 says, for example, you don't need creativity to find vulnerabilities in a website. Like AI is just better than a human. I mean, I don't want to come down like too like I'm supporting too much for either one of these possibilities. It's definitely it's guaranteed that AI it's already affecting the industry now, but whether or not it affects the industry to X degree or Y degree, I'm not too sure, right? It cannot replace if we talk about what kind of roles will AI replace, quote unquote replace, a lot of lower level roles, lower level / entry level. So these are the type of roles that involve a lot of repetitive tasks. The type of roles that involve sifting through large data sets. I mean, even in this case, they're not going to replace all of the workers that are doing this stuff. It's just that the AI is going to be used by a worker who is doing this kind of stuff, because you definitely need people to look over the work that the AI is doing, because you can't. Well, I mean, at this point, you can't really run an AI and expect it to completely deliver on its tasks without any sort of oversight. Okay, Bonk says AI will definitely help with all the repetitive tasks. I'm worried for the people who use AI to cheat in cyber, and their qualifications. Overall, I think that AI is great. Okay, so SOS Master says to get a better feel for what AI will do, it's like what happened with the Industrial Revolution. Some specific jobs changed, but the amount of jobs increased. CJ Web Design says, I just use it as an awesome tool that saves me a ton of time. Okay, Sam says, in 2026, which field of IT work is popular? Which field of IT is popular in 2026? I mean, I'm not completely sure. As far as whether or not you should decide to get into cybersecurity, if you like cybersecurity, you should get into cybersecurity. Don't get into cybersecurity because you're really worried about how much you're going to make or whether or not you can get a job. If you're I can't guarantee anybody that they're going to be able to get a job if they're passionate, if they work really hard, because nothing's guaranteed. Yeah, don't do cybersecurity because you think it'll make you rich. Do cybersecurity because you like it, and because it's very interesting to you. If cybersecurity is not interesting to you, you should not get into it, because eventually, you're not. you are much more likely to quit if that's the case. Okay, so Sam says, what should I go into? So Zotman says, do you think you can get a job in cybersecurity if you wanted? Were you talking about me specifically? I mean, I came from a web app security role. So I mean, if I wanted to, I could probably go back to a web app security role. And in fact, I think I've learned a lot more since teaching for the last couple of years in, as far as like web app security is concerned. I could probably do that job. Okay, so Sam says I'm interested in cybersecurity. Well, okay, if you're interested in cybersecurity, I got a website for you. Okay, from where? So where am I from? I'm from Canada. So I'm a regular contributor to the Vancouver cybersecurity community. So I think, well, I mean, one of the things that I like to say a lot is that if you live in a big city, find the cybersecurity meetups. Okay, and meet the students and pros in the industry, and they can tell you all about their jobs. Okay, Sam says I'm from India. So Second of Mind says conferences and meetups. So Zotman says, why do you write when you talk? Well, it helps me focus, and it also gives people something to look at. Because it's a lot easier to take in information if you're reading it and listening to it at the same time. Okay, Sam, yeah, you're from India. Namaste, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Okay, let's... what were you doing? We're trying to build a little Python program to identify prime numbers. All right, let's go back. Okay, so for I in range, so between 2 and the really big number, so prime numbers equals the empty list. If is prime, then prime numbers dot append prime numbers dot append I. And then after the oh, this isn't a function though. Oh, so if it's not a function, we can just put the prime numbers list outside. Yeah. Okay, so afterwards, prime numbers dot sum, or sum prime numbers. Sum prime numbers, we'll call this the sum, and then print the sum. Okay, let's see if this works. So Zotman says, I'm from Montreal. Awesome, awesome. Actually, there's a very large cybersecurity community in Montreal, as far as I know. Let me just give you an example here. So if you live in any given city, you could search for cybersecurity meetup and then the name of your city. For example, Montreal. Okay, so cybersecurity Montreal, cybersecurity. I mean, I guess that's the French pronunciation. Let's take a look. So we've got how many people? We got 447 members, and the last event they did was in November. So they're probably going to do an event sometime. Sometime in January or February. I'll just leave you this link over here. Zotman. Okay, guys, don't worry about AI. Learn hard, and for sure you'll find a job in cybersecurity. Don't let AI scare you off from doing any tech job. Because there's going to be, AI will affect the industry. You can't really stop that from happening. What you should do is you should get good. get good. You should become good at what you're passionate about. And if it's cybersecurity, then get good at cybersecurity. Thank you very much for following Zotman. Much appreciated. Okay, so we got the script. Let's run the script. Expected what? Oh, okay. Never mind. I did a syntax error. Okay, so this is a code block. You need to start every code block with one of these. Why is this taking so long? Okay, Sam asks, cybersecurity or AI ML, which one is good? I mean, I can't really tell you about AI or ML. I can only tell you about cybersecurity. Zotman says, yeah, but if I get good, I can't... If I get good, but I can't get a job, that's useless. Well, I mean, nothing's guaranteed. The advice that I recommend to people who are trying to get into cybersecurity is attend the cybersecurity meetups, make friends with students and professionals in the industry, start doing volunteer work inside of the community, and eventually those people are going to be able to help you get jobs. So I'm not saying to walk up to these professionals and say, give me a job. What I'm saying is that if you're a good community member, they'll want to help you out. Okay, so SysOS Master says you're processing a large set on one thread. Yeah, I guess that's one of the problems of running Python. Hold on. Regular text editor here. Yeah, it's I guess one thing I want to make sure is in the script is that it's actually got the print statement. Okay, print the sum. The sum equals some prime numbers. Yeah, so it'll come back to us eventually. Okay, Sam says I'm interested in cybersecurity, so how should I start from zero? Yeah, check out the web page over here. Okay, so I think we might have to move into our next activity while this thing runs. Okay, so the next activity, let's talk about it. So topic... Oh, wow. We're on topic 3 already. So topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck, and what we're doing is we're doing a module from our good friend HackSmarter. So HackSmarter is a person who started their own cybersecurity education platform over... Oh, where is it? Over here. So hacksmarter.org, and we're going to be doing htop or top should show the load. I mean, I'm taking a look at my system monitor. One of the threads is maxed out. Yeah, one of the threads is maxed out doing all the number crunching. Okay, so we're going to be doing a module over here. It's called SQL Basics. We're not especially doing hacking, but we are doing a little bit of SQL. We're learning about the SQL database system and the SQL language in order to better understand hacking later, using taking advantage of the SQL system. So I think this one should be free. It's a free course. If you're signed up for the HackSmarter website, you can just click into here and then click on enroll. Actually, let me get you the direct link. You have a favorite Try Hack Me room that you've done? I don't know if I can identify just one. SysOS Master is says spicy SQL. Yeah, I guess you could call it spicy SQL is the hacking version. Okay, so what do we got? SQL Basics and let's make this dark mode. Thank you. Wow. Okay, so let's see. It says after launching the machine, click on the Systems tab and download the VPN for connectivity. Please stop the machine when you're done to keep costs low for everyone's smiley face. Okay, so Khaled says into embedded systems, would learning cybersecurity be useful for that, or is security for that different? Embedded systems, they still have to communicate over the network. I actually did a number of challenges for embedded systems. We did something for, what was it? What is it called? SCADA and ICS systems. And we were doing that last week. I think one of the... So tryhackme.com actually has a couple of good modules for this. Let me point them out to you. So there's attacking ICS plant 1 and attacking ICS plant 2. So I'll just leave you the link for the first one. Okay, so let's see. Zotman asks, how many hours a week do you hack? How many hours a week do you hack? I mean, I guess you would hack a lot more hours per week if you were studying. So SysOS Master says embedded systems often interact with other systems. They have their own security challenges not found in other places. And let's see. Sam asks, is there a particular YouTube channel that tells us from the basics about cybersecurity? Yeah, you're watching that channel right now. Anyways, you can look at my channel, my YouTube channel. There's a lot of walkthroughs, and if you follow the walkthroughs, eventually you'll learn a number of things about cybersecurity. So in particular, if you want to get into doing some very easy challenges, I'll give you a playlist. Which one? Let's try the PicoCTF one. It's got a lot of challenges. Okay, let's go back. We're doing, let's see, HackSmarter. So HackSmarter SQL Basics. It's over here. Let's launch the lab. So after launching the machine, click on the Systems tab and download the VPN for connectivity. So this is powered on. Click the Systems tab. Where is the Systems tab? Here. Okay, and they've got a link for downloading a VPN key. So click on it. It will download the key, and then we can use this to access the platform. Let's go back to here. Oh, we've got so many VPN keys. So the name of this one is what? Challenge Lab SQL. Here it is. Okay, so we're just going to access the lab through a VPN. So you'll know that you're connected to the VPN if you give the IPA command, and you see that you've got a ton0 interface. So ton0 is the standard interface that's created when you connect via the OpenVPN program, and we've got an IP address here. Okay, so we should be connected. To check connectivity, we can grab this IP address, and then we can try to ping it. So ping. Okay, so we're able to ping the machine, which means we've got connectivity to the network. Okay, so we got an objective here for each one of these challenges. So SQL injection is difficult to learn because most aspiring hackers try to break a database before they know how to build one. To exploit a system, you first have to speak its language. So this is... well, you know, that's fine. There are no... We have to answer all the questions earnestly over here. Okay, so in this lab, you will step into the role of a database administrator. Okay, you must use raw SQL commands to navigate, modify, and query a live backend database. Complete all 4 missions to prove your fluency and unlock the final flag. So in this case, we're going to be database administrators. Fun and exciting. Okay, SysOS Master says structured query language is a must to understand databases. Yeah, so the most common databases you'll encounter are SQL databases. And so do they give us... Let's see. We've got our objective here. And what I think we need to do is we need to scan the machine. So we've got our IP address. We can scan the machine over here using nmap. Plug in the IP address. We're looking for versions of whatever services we find. We'll probably find some sort of MySQL like service available. So port 80, port 22. Oh, we probably have to interface with this thing through a web interface. Okay. So we're just going to visit the web page. HTTP this website. Okay, so what do we got? So HackSmarter SQL. So we're trying to figure out how to do stuff with our database commands here. Mission objectives. Find product with with 1337 stock. Okay. Move Alice Smith to cybersecurity. Add new employee hacker. And delete Bob Jones. So let's do this in order. So find the product with number of stock. Product number of stock. So the first thing we want to do when we're on our SQL console here, let's see, it's an SQLite database. Those have no ports out of the box. Those have no ports out of the box. Oh, okay. You need to know the table names first. Try querying SQLite master. So I guess this is how we figure it out. So depending on the flavor of SQL being used, the commands that you use for enumeration are going to be slightly different. So I'm going to look up my SQLite cheat sheet. Okay, SQLite cheat sheet, SQLite tutorial. Let's click on that. And this is what I'm looking at. So documentation is, well, it's very important. You need to know which commands to run, otherwise you can't do this stuff. So managing databases, let's see. So SQLite, I'm pretty sure it's only got one database. So in this case, we need to find out which tables exist. Managing tables. So create a new table, rename a table. Create indexes, querying data. Querying all data from the table. Okay, so in this case, let's just ask a question directly. SQLite list all tables. Okay, so let's see. So SQLite schema. SQLite, I mean, we've done this. So is it .tables? Following command .tables. Let's give it a try. I guess that's not the show tables. Okay, Baldina asks, random question, does anybody know if most cybersecurity jobs require drug tests? Are you trying to say something? You can use the shorthand, command shorthand. Okay, let's go back. So SQL dot tables. So it's not dot tables. Understanding. SQLite schema. Select name from SQLite schema where type equals table. So this looks more legitimate. Let's give this command instead. Okay. So select name from SQLite schema where type equals table. Semicolon. Okay, can not use the shorthand. Okay. Well, I mean, I know some people in cybersecurity who do recreational drugs. Whether or not they're doing the recreational drugs while they're actually working, I'm not exactly sure about that. So let's see. Hanky Logbook says select star from information schema. Can you do that one as well? Let's. Okay, I mean, we've got our tables here. Is there command? There's no command history. That's kind of unfortunate. Let me keep that in the back pocket. So if we've got some commands, we're just going to paste them so that we can use them later. Hanky Ludwig suggests doing dot tables is shorthand. Dot tables, does it execute? So it doesn't execute here. So not on the web interface. So select star from information schema. Let's give this a try. Okay, Akash Seth, thank you very much for the subscribe on YouTube. Thank you. So information schema, yeah, it looks like when we're dealing with SQLite, this is the command we want to use here. Okay, and we have three tables. Can we scroll a bit? Okay, we've got SQLite sequence, employees, and products. So we're looking for a product with 1337 stock. Okay, Hassan, hello, nice to see you here. Hi, Shai, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good time, and welcome to the stream. So what we're going to do is we're gonna write like some SQL queries. So we're going to look for the product with 1337 stock. So first of all, it would be nice to be able to see what kind of rows are available in this table. So we could do select star from products. So this will return everything from this particular table. Okay, so we got ID, item name, price, and stock. So we're going to look for something specific from products. So select everything from the products where stock is equal to 1330. Well, we actually already know the answer here, but where stock is equal to 1337. So this is the type of filter inquiry we do. Okay, describe products. So Hassan asks, what are the top 10 vulnerabilities for web? It's been a while since I've taken a look at the top 10 vulnerabilities for web applications. They come out with like a new, I don't know if they've come out with a new list recently, but if I were to guess, there would be stuff like injection, there'd be stuff like broken access control, stuff like insufficient something of secrets. It's been a while since I've looked at the OWASP top 10, but probably the most prevalent vulnerabilities would be stuff like injection and broken access control. I think XSS falls under injection. So injection is kind of like this really broad category that they introduced back in like 2021, and injection it includes OS command injection, includes SQL injection, includes XSS, all that stuff. Core's all the same, probably. They merged, yeah, they did a lot of restructuring the last time. I mean, we could look it up right now. OWASP top 10. So OWASP top 10 web application vulnerability risks, security risks. Okay, so did they have a new one for 2025? Oh, they've got a new one for 2025. Okay. So your top 10 list is this stuff over here? Let me copy that. Okay, so the one that I predicted here is at the top. So broken access control. This is when I did web app security testing. There's broken access control on almost every application that we tested. So security misconfiguration, that's a very general category. So software supply chain failures. This is the type of vulnerability where some module or some part of the web application has a vulnerability associated with it, and it gets pushed up further in the chain. Cryptographic failures is all about using deprecated cryptography. So there's general injection, insecure design, authentication failures, software data integrity failures, security logging, blah blah blah, mishandling of exceptional conditions. So good old supply chain, yeah, the MPM stuff definitely qualifies there. The link that I shared above, I'm sorry, I didn't see your link. I don't think you can share links on... Blow my mind. Hello, nice to see you. Okay, Simon Dante says you also have IDOR, and you got IDOR. Gotta love broken access control. Oh, does it? Okay. I guess that makes sense that it would fall under IDOR. Anyways, let's go back and do this next part for SQL stuff. Okay, so select star from products where stock equals 1337. This should return just this row here. So execute it, and we get this. Okay, so that is a success. Move Alice Smith to cybersecurity. So I'm just going to record this command that we used. Okay, so the next thing we're going to take a look at, there was like a people list, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Notorious Coder says a lot of these changes were made due to the rise of Gen AI and agentic workflows. I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so we got SQLite sequence, we got employees, and we got products. So first of all, we should probably just take a look at all of the columns inside of employees, which would be select star from employees, just to see what kind of columns appear. So we got ID, name, department, and salary. So move Alice Smith to cybersecurity. Okay, so man, I can't really. So inside of SQL, there's a way we can edit a particular row. Blow My Mind says, anyone want to start a huge project? Update? I don't think I've never been asked to use the update command before. So most of the time I'm not really modifying any information in the database. But yeah, that does sound like the correct answer, System OS Master. So it's like update. Okay, let me just get the syntax. So this is SQLite modify row contents. Look at the cheat sheet. sysOS. So the cheat sheet is here. Modify. No, update. Update all rows in table. So we don't want to update all the rows in the table. Update rows that match with a condition. So update table name where condition. Delete all the rows. Okay, so if this is the base of the syntax, where condition. So update table name. So update employees. Set C1 equals V1. So in this case, we're looking at department equals cybersecurity. How do you spell those? Thank you very much, Rommel Guerrero, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So column A name, column NA, column name equals value. So department equals cybersecurity. Wait, we should probably put these between some quotes as well, just to make sure that these are interpreted as strings. Cybersecurity where name, I think it's where name equals something something. Where name equals Alice Smith. Or at least I think this should be right. So ID equals 1 would also work. Slyborg, hello, nice to see you here. Everybody, did you know that Slyborg is a Twitch streamer who covers games and cybersecurity stuff? She's currently a student of Golang. So if you're interested in Golang, then you should check her out. Let's give her a shout out. There you go. She has a very beautiful cat, and if you watch her stream, you can watch her cute cat be fed treats. Anyways, let's see if this works. So update employees, set department equals cybersecurity, where name equals Alice Smith. So if it doesn't work, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Okay, execute. Error near where, syntax error. So where name equals... Oh, we need a double... I think we need a double equal sign here. Nope, still doesn't like it. Okay, sysos says oh, we don't need this. We don't need a comma. Okay. So set department equals cybersecurity, where name equals Alice Smith. Actually, where usually doesn't take the double... Okay, that worked. Move Alice Smith to cybersecurity. Okay, so this didn't update. I guess they want capitalized cybersecurity. Okay, that's what they wanted. Great. We'll record this command. Thank you very much, Christopher, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. You have to delete the commas. Okay, so Slyborg says, biker stash. Yeah. Slyborg recently sported a biker stash on her stream. She looked like a motorcyclist. Anyways, let's do the the next mission. So the next mission is add a new employee hacker. Okay, so we need to add a new employee hacker. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the employees table. Okay, so for each one of these, we need an ID name. We need an ID, a name, a department, and a salary. So let's go back to the cheat sheet and we'll look up how to add to a table. Add a new column to a table. So alter table, table, add column, column definition. So we're not adding a new column, we're adding a new row. So add row. Alter table name to something else. So create a new table. Query unique rows. Okay, insert into. Insert into, you're adding a tuple, not a row. Hold on, let's just do like a little search. SQLite add new row. So insert into. So it's insert into. We'll go back. Insert into. So insert into table name. Okay. I think this is what we're looking for, right? Database naming is weird sometimes. Well, listen. Let's not. Let's get our minds out of the gutter when we think about these commands. Okay, so insert into table name. So insert into table name employees. Insert into employees name equals hacker. Okay. Indonesia Raya. Hello, nice to see you here. I'm Cafe. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're gonna do, let's see, insert into employees, column 1, column 2. Okay, so ID, name, what else we're looking at? ID, name, department, salary. Okay, values. Do we keep this the same? So values equals like the same thing, right? So in this case, ID is, oh, which ID number is it going to be? I think it's going to be ID number 5. So ID 5, the name is hacker with a capital H. Okay, do you need ID? I don't think you need it. Well, I mean, I think we need to include everything, don't we? Values is the same order as the columns. So ID hacker, department, let's make the department cybersecurity. And the salary? Well, I mean, this is like thousands of dollars a year? I don't know, let's make it $1 million. Okay, let's hope this command works. Otherwise, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Okay. ID might auto-increment. It seems like it would auto-increment. I mean, we'll see. We can also specify it. I think it should be okay. But then again, I don't work with database administration. This is not really my thing. But we'll give it a try. Okay, so the value is 5, hacker, cybersecurity, that thing. Okay, done successfully. Great. So let's record that. And we've got one last mission. So the last mission will override in most cases. So Notorious Coder, hello. Nice to see you here. Okay, so fire, delete Bob Jones. So we need to delete a column. Delete all rows in a table. Delete rows specified by a condition. So I mean, this shouldn't be hard. So delete from table, or I guess delete from employees, where name Bob Jones. Just like this. So delete a row, not a column. Hold on, let's go back. So delete rows specified by a condition. Delete from where condition. Well, I mean, do we need to specify the whole tuple? I think it'll remove the row where the condition exists. So name like Bob something something. Hold on. So they've got the specific string here, Bob Jones. So I'm assuming that if we just do delete from employees where name equals Bob Jones, should work. Oh, I said delete a column. Okay. My bad. I meant delete a row. Okay, so delete from employees where name is equal to Bob Jones. Let's give this a try. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, AKC. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, let's do it. Execute. Yay, we did it. I feel sorry for Bob. I feel sorry for Bob too, but this was our mission. We were asked to do this. I'm sure Bob will land on his feet wherever he ends up. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, we got that flag. And where is our HackSmarter? Here it is. Okay, what is the flag? I guess we'll paste in the flag, submit it. And we're done. Great. SysOS Master says, I feel sorry for the poor security system that had no backups. Well, I mean, are we sure? Are we sure that it had no backups? But, I mean, this isn't typically what we do when we hack into SQL systems. Typically, when we have access, we're looking for specific information, right? So here, if we've got access to a console like this on like a hacking exercise, we would just look for, well, we identify the tables first. And then we find the tables, and then after we find the tables, we would enumerate the contents of this, or we would dump out the tables and record it somewhere. We would hunt for flags, that's true. We would actually just hunt for the flags. So we would look for usernames and passwords. We'd be interested in the employees table. So select star from employees. And then we would use this information. For example, if we've got like a list of names, we would add these names to a list that we would use when we move forward. Potentially trying to hack into their accounts. Notorious Cutter says we would gain access to the system and data. The critical the data the org is, the more the impact is. So the funny thing about our Python script that we executed such a long time ago is that it's still running because it's still looking for those prime numbers. Actually, I wonder if there's like a web application that does the same thing. Okay, SysOS says adding a user that gives us access is something that's done sometimes. Yeah, for sure. So if we've got our SQL system over here, we might want to add a user for us to use, but in this case, it's not really something that we can use inside of the system, so not in this case. Anyways, we can reset the database with the press of a button. That's nice. And we're going to shut down the machine because we are responsible people. So stop it. Okay, so once again, if anybody's interested in taking a look at this particular challenge, it's over here. So Notorious Cutter says, we have access to the system and the data, the critical data. Okay, and let's see. Notorious Cutter also says most database would have a trigger or procedure to back up before the drop delete command is used. That's a good point. Slyborg says, speak for yourself. Wait, what are we responding to? I'm not completely sure. Okay, okay. Since HackSmarter was nice enough to tell us all about the new lab that that they released last week, so let's talk about some of the other stuff that you can get on this platform. So HackSmarter is a person who's looking to get into the CTF education market, and he's got this website over here. He also does a lot of live streaming. Let me give him a shout out. Oh, how do you spell that name? Hold on. I'll also point out to everybody the info6streams.com website. So this is a website that lets you know about people who are doing cybersecurity on Twitch and on YouTube. And the person who created these labs is HackSmarter. Where is his channel? Here it is. So he's got a Twitch, and he's also got a YouTube. He's been very very friendly and supportive. So give his channel a check. Check his channel out. He's also got a really big Discord community as well. Don't have that link offhand, but I'm sure you can find it pretty easily. But yeah, so the HackSmarter platform has a lot of different labs you can try out. So if you're interested in stuff like Active Directory, Windows Active Directory, and let's see. So a lot of Active Directory stuff, a lot of web app stuff as well. So stuff like the OWASP Juice Shop, which is well, it's a classic application for testing against web app security problems. And I'm actually interested in taking a look at this. So prototype pollution is a kind of I mean, I don't know very much about it. I'm interested in learning about prototype pollution, this particular web app bug. Blew My Mind says, I bet Tyler also fired Bob. So let's see. Memento Mori says CVE 2025 VM horse. Where is that? 2025? Not here. But yeah, it doesn't cost you anything to try out TryHackMe, and there's a lot of stuff you can get for free. So, and there's also other labs that are pay what you can, which could also be free. So definitely check it out. So Memento Mori says HackMyVM, kind of recent machine, not much on it. Oh, really? But anyways, we'll move away and we'll do some other stuff while we're waiting for the clock to run out. So prime numbers is still running, and I'm actually interested to see whether or not there's a web application that can do this kind of work. So prime number identifier. So prime number calculator, check primality and list factors. Okay, we've got a couple of websites here. So this prime number calculator will find if a number is prime or composite. Check for primality of any whole number up to 500 digits long. What's a prime number? So I mean, this isn't really something we can... So we can do this for individual numbers, but it's not really... Could you share the link of the question? Yeah, for sure. Let me, so this is the challenge over here. So the challenge link is here. If you want to log in with the guest account, the username is demo and the password is HTW123. So find all the prime numbers from this number to this number and then add them up. Well, I mean, the answer is going to be the result of this. So Memento Mori says, resource to recommend for hackers, a mentor of mine. So what are we talking about? CVE? VM horse? Hold on. Let me take a look at it real quick. So we're talking about a particular CVE? Oh, this is an SSH vulnerability. So SSHD in OpenSSH before 10.0, disable forwarding directive does not adhere to the documentation stating that it disables X11 and agent forwarding. OpenSSH. Is OpenSSH the most common SSH software? Don't quite remember. It sounds familiar though. Okay, let's go back to the challenges. Man, I wonder how long this Python script is going to take. Okay, don't let me ruin your stream. I was talking about a mentor of mine. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries. OpenSSH is the de facto SSH implementation. Oh, okay. So it is the most common SSH server software. Okay, hack the web. Let's go back. Eventually we'll get this thing. But there's a bunch more challenges over here. So the funny thing is that I'm coming pretty close to have completed everything on this website. But let's do this one called Mr. Plow. We've got about 16 minutes to work on this. Mr. Plow seeks bear snowflakes. Okay, well, here's the link if you want to take a look. Mr. Plow seeks bear snowflakes hinder his pursuit, clear them up and snow. Challenge starts here. Oh wow, this is some CTF stuff. Challenge starts here, a bunch of stars, and then end. There are lists of primes online instead of calculating them yourself. List of prime numbers up till like a certain list of primes. List of prime numbers. A complete list of primes. So this goes up until what number? This webpage, we list all prime numbers, every single one of them. Okay, so this goes up to 1,000, and this goes up to 2,000. This goes to 3,000, 4,000. So I mean, the problem is that the number we were given was pretty big. Lists of prime numbers up to like 1 million. Let's go back to the. Well, I mean, this looks like. This looks like it could be pretty tricky. We'll just go back to what we were doing before. I wonder what happens if we ask in search. List of prime numbers to this number. Okay. So number, let's see, the previous prime number is this, the next prime number is this. So free prime numbers up to, oh man, 1,000 billion prime numbers, okay? So how many places is this? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 places. Okay, I mean, it'd be nice if we could get the whole thing in like a single page so that I could copy and paste. But, let's see if we can find another list. GPT can probably solve it. Probably. Just paste the number here. Sadly, no single page. Paste the number here? Yeah. Here's the number. Okay, so this is... Well, I mean, this is not enough primes. Yeah, GPT could probably give us the number. Okay. Give me a list of prime numbers from 2 to this number in a list in a format that I can copy to the clipboard. Okay, that isn't realistically possible to provide a copy as a copied list. Here's why. I'll give you a correct practical alternative. Why this cannot be output as a list. Upper bound requested. So number of primes approximately, that's over 200 million numbers. What this means in practice, even if each prime averaged out to only 8 characters, this exceeds ChatGPT output limits, okay? Just woke up. Hello, Thanto. Nice to see you here. And yeah, it's time to prompt engineer this. So this is 1.6 gigabytes of text. So this, what you actually want instead, you want a reproducible prime list generator. Okay, so Python generator, generate all lists, all primes up to this, and write them to a file. Yeah, I mean the thing is that we're doing way too much calculation. I mean, I've been calculating in my Python script for the last like hour or so, and it still hasn't finished. So I'm not too sure how to do this realistically. Anyways, how much time do we have left? We got 10 minutes. So if anybody here has like a practical solution, maybe using the Python script is okay, but we just need to allocate more resources to getting it done. We just need a multi-threaded program. Hack the Planet. Hello, nice to see you here. SysOS says, I recommended to use a prime sieve, which are optimized for finding primes. So I mean, there's probably like a more accurate, like a better way to do this. So it's like a Python is prime function. Is there a module that does this? We need to find a pattern in the numbers. Python does not have a built-in isPrime function in its standard library. Okay, so we could implement a custom function or use a specialized third-party library like SymPy or PrimePy. Okay, Google Python prime sieve. Python prime sieve. Okay, so most regular guy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Blow My Mind says we need to find a pattern in the numbers. Okay, so let's see. The sieve of... Now this sounds like some sort of artifact from a role-playing game. The sieve of Eratosthenes. Okay. An efficient ancient algorithm for finding all prime numbers up to a specified integer limit. In Python, it is typically implemented using a Boolean list to mark numbers as composite, not prime. Okay. So the following code provides a standard and efficient implementation of the sieve algorithm in pure Python. Okay, so SysOS, is this what you're referring to? And Raul, nice to see you here. Hello, nice to see you. So generate all prime numbers up to a given limit n using the sieve Everett-Thodenese algorithm. So is prime. So it's either going to be true or false. So collect the numbers that are marked as true, prime numbers, example usage, limit 30. So this would output a list. I mean, the problem here is that if we're calculating up until, man, what is even that number? Okay, there exist working examples too. You'd have to first find all the primes, then do the sum. Find all the primes, do the sum. I mean, it would be better if we were able to do it like all in one step, because I don't want to write that file. I don't want to write the file with all those prime numbers, because it could be really, really big. We could just grab this code. Okay, so we'll call this, I don't know, sieve.py. So limit equals 30. I mean, is there an easy way to set this up as like a multi-threaded script? It's not really something I explore too much of in Python. Okay, so the limit is just going to be the really big number. It takes time to get a result. I'm using the SymPy module. In Python, don't know. So this is the limit primes list. We need to run the sum on this thing. So the sum equals sum of primes list. Print the big sum is the sum. I mean, if we wanted to multi-thread this thing, we could probably look up how to do that as well. Okay, to set up multi-threading in Python, use the built-in threading module or the higher-level concurrent.futures thread pool executor. I mean, I've never really done this before. Hack the Planet says DataCamp tutorial Python multiprocessing tutorial. Yeah, let me take a look at that. Thank you, Hack the Planet. Okay, we can do a little bit of research. Okay. Okay, Python standard library comes equipped with several built-in packages for developers to begin reaping the benefits of the language instantly, okay? So one such package is multi-processing module. Enable systems to run multiple processes simultaneously, okay? Great. What are processes in Python? Processes and threads, extremely useful to comprehend. Okay, so I mean processes are running programs. So on Windows, you can look at the task manager. On Linux, you can take a look at the system monitor or the PS command. Multi-threading, multi-processing versus threading. So these are little nuances that I'm not really too familiar with. So a process will consist of at least one main thread called the main thread. Okay, although other threads may be created with the same process, all other threads are created with a process that belongs to that process. Okay, one process is an instance of a Python interpreter that consists of at least one thread called the main thread. Representation of how Python programs are executed within a Python process are the threads. There are two extremely similar classes that grant us more control over processes and threads, multiprocessing.thread and threading.thread. No, multiprocessing.process and threading.thread. Okay, so concurrency is a concept in which different programs' parts may be executed out of order. Okay. Support for concurrency primitives, multiprocessing to processing, and threading. So the differences between these two things are functionality. Despite the APIs being the same, processes and threads are different. A process is a higher level of abstraction than a thread. A process is a reference to a computer program, and a thread belongs to a process. This difference is inherent in the classes. Okay, access to the shared state. So a thread shares states with one another. This is known as shared memory and is pretty straightforward. SysOS Master, nice that you removed the tracking junk from the link. Oh, I mean it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes the links get kind of messy. I mean, realistically, the link is this. It's fine. Python Global Interpreter Lock permits only one thread to hold control over the Python interpreter. I think we might want to just jump over to the TLDR. So I'm assuming that we can just take a look at some of these examples. Okay, so the basics of Python's multiprocessing module. So the new process, from multiprocessing import process. Okay. So create that new thing, and then Blow My Mind says I have to sleep. Sadly, good luck on solving this, guys. No worries, no worries. I mean, we're just trying to find little tricks. That's what hacking is. It's finding all the little tricks. Blow My Mind says, let's see, okay. And Hack the Planet says, don't blame me. I'm lurking doing other things. The internet is different from when I grew up, and a link was just a link. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, you know. So our process instance is not doing anything because we initialized an empty process object. We could alter our process's object configurations to execute a specific function by passing a function we want to run in a different process to the target parameter. Okay. So let's see. Example function. So we got an example function, and then we create it as a process object, or a part of this. Well, I mean, it seems like it's almost like a class. So new process equals process whatever. Okay. Target function had parameters, and we would pass them in. All right. So we're going to have to come back to this. We'll come back to this later, but we've got one more set of, what do we call them? We have one more set of demonstrations to do for today's stream. So the demonstrations are going to be about API testing. And API testing is a lot of fun. We'll talk about why in just a little bit. So before we start our demonstration, I need to do a little bit of cleanup around here. Well, we'll leave it running in the background. And we'll keep this around for a little while too. So in this case, we're not going to be accessing any networks through OpenVPN. So we can just shut this stuff off. Okay, Notorious Coder says, I no coded it, running on collab. Let's see. SysOS says, API testing is fun, especially without a proper open API spec. I mean, sometimes you got the documentation and sometimes you don't. Well, we're going to be talking about both circumstances. Okay, remote access, this stuff here. We're not going to be doing too much terminal stuff during these demonstrations. It's going to be mostly inside of Burp Suite. So we got our Burp Suite here. Let me clear this stuff off. So we'll start up our Burp Suite browser. And I've got, well, let me go ahead and close out most of these windows we're not using anymore, because it bothers me to have too many of these things open. Okay, we're going to be talking about, well, if you want to take a look at the documentation for the challenges we're doing, they're located over here on the HackerFrogs GitHub. Okay, hopefully I don't have to do too much referencing my own notes, but I guess we'll see what happens. Okay, so what we're doing is we're talking about API testing. APIs are application programming interfaces. They're basically how you interact with web applications or like do actions on web applications by communicating with the application backend. So let me just get the links for the labs. Where's the list of labs? Just a second, everybody. I guess we don't have a list of just the links. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. SysOS says any applications, web applications are just an example. Example of the use of APIs. Yeah, so APIs are, I mean, they're very important because this is how we get stuff done on the applications. So it's important to understand how to do testing against these endpoints. Okay, so all right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the PortSwigger lab on API testing called Exploiting an API Endpoint Using Documentation. So for this particular challenge, it says to solve the lab, find the exposed API documentation and delete Carlos. You can log into your own account using the following credentials: Wiener Peter. So to solve this lab, you need to understand what API documentation is, how API documentation can be useful for an attacker, and how to discover API documentation. So these points are covered over in this learning topic. We're gonna be skipping the learning topic, and we're just gonna cover the bare basics. Jen Blank X has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Jen Blank X. Much appreciated. And Gunblade, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube as well. Okay, Slyborg says, I need to learn about APIs. How convenient. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we've gotten access to the lab over here. Just going to log in. And then after we log into this application, we're going to take a look at the website in the Burp Suite browser. So we'll also do a demonstration on how to start up the Burp Suite browser. So after you have Burp Suite started up, you want to go over to the proxy tab. So in Burp Suite, you're mostly working inside of these tabs, which represent the different Burp Suite tools. So we're mostly working with the proxy tab, which is the Burp Suite proxy, the intruder, and the repeater. So the first thing we want to do to open up the Burp Suite web browser is to go over to the proxy tab and then click on the Open Browser button over here. Okay, so after the Burp Suite browser is opened, we can paste in our lab website. So the reason why we're using the Burp Suite browser is because the Burp Suite browser is going to record all of the information between the web server and the web browser, and it's going to record it inside of Burp Suite so that we can take a look at it later. So inside of here, what's our goal? Let's go back. So find an exposed API documentation and delete the user Carlos. So before we do this, let's just talk very briefly about what application programming interfaces are, APIs. Application programming interfaces are structured methods for devices to communicate with the web application's backend. So put in plain language, we can say that APIs allow devices to communicate and perform actions on web apps. So web apps in this case meaning websites, or basically any larger website, we can call it a web app. So when we're talking about APIs, we might see something like this. So we've got a method and we've got an endpoint. So in the example above, we can see that sending a GET request to the /user/username endpoint will retrieve user data. So if we send a GET request to /user/username, we're going to get that data about the user. But a request to the same endpoint, but with the delete method, will delete the specified user from the system instead. So the only thing that changes in between these two API calls are the method that's being used. So the default method for web browsers is GET, but there's also another method called delete. So Enki Lodwig says, friend, the Pine result. I don't know if that's the answer. I mean, you can check over at the website. Okay, SysOS says the verb. Yeah, so they're also called verbs. So stuff like delete and get, we can call them methods. We can also call them verbs, depending on which term you prefer to use. Okay, so one last action we can do with this particular API is to use the patch method to use the same endpoint to change the user's associated email address. So method here to the same endpoint /user/username is to give the patch method, but when you use the patch method, you have to also include this information here, email, and then a string instead of a JSON object. So SysOS says for documentation lookup, it's handy to both names. Yeah, you should know that it's either called a method or a verb, because sometimes we refer to it by either or. So in this case, with few exceptions, all data sent to an API endpoint will be in JSON format. So if at any time you need to send information to the API, you need to send the information that in a specific format, which is this JSON format, JavaScript object notation. Okay, so another thing we need to understand is when we're doing testing against the APIs, is that APIs are often documented on the website itself. So web apps often host a page with documentation for their APIs, which can be used to better understand how to enumerate them. So how do you use the API? There's sometimes documentation on the website that lets you know. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the lab. So on the lab, typically the endpoint that you can find the API interfaces on are going to be at a directory called API. So we're just going to tack onto the end of the domain here, /API. And this is exactly what we're looking for here. Okay, Grunuk says that's a lot of emotes. Grunuk, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let me change up my music just a second, then we'll continue. That's fine. They can spam emotes. Well, I mean, if they spam too if they spam emotes too much, we can get rid of them. But just a little bit is okay. Neko Yazuma, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we see here that we've got documentation for this particular API. So this is the same thing that we saw in the examples we were looking at. So we can use the get verb, the delete verb, or the patch verb with this API endpoint. So /user, username string, and so this gives us different results. So this gives us the information for the user. This gives us the message that it deleted the user, and this updates the email string. So I mean, we could probably take a look at our own user by, oh wait, one thing we need to do in this particular lab is we need to log in, because this API endpoint doesn't let you use it unless you're logged in. Okay, so let's go back to the lab home, and we'll log into our account. So we'll go to my account, we'll log in using our credentials. So Wiener Peter. Okay, and now we can go over to the API endpoint. So instead of my account, we go to API. So we can actually see the API endpoint in action because we can use this GET request. So /user and then our username. So in our case, our username is Wiener. So /API user / Wiener. So we actually get this result here. So this particular endpoint is going to give us information. So username equals Wiener, email equals wiener@normaluser.net. Okay, so we can achieve our goal, and our goal is to delete the Carlos user, but we can't do it from the web browser. So we can do it from Burp Suite. Okay, so Omar says, are there any GraphQL labs in PortSwigger? Yeah, there are. There are GraphQL labs. I'll just give you the website here. I can't really go off to find it for you because I'm doing a demonstration. So inside of Burp Suite, we're going to take a look at our HTTP history. Our HTTP history, we're going to go down to API user Wiener. Okay, we're going to click on that. We're going to right-click on it, and then we're going to send it to the Burp Suite repeater, which means we can mess around with the request and we can resend it. So right-click, click on Send to Repeater, and we can mess around with this. So what we want to do to complete the lab is we need to delete the Carlos user. So remember, to delete on this particular API, we send a delete verb to username, and that's all we need to do. So back at Burp Suite, we're going to change our verb from get over to delete. And we're going to change the username from Wiener to Carlos. Okay, and I think this is all we need to do. We can send this request off. And the response says status user deleted. Okay, if we go back to the lab, we see that it says congratulations, you solved the lab. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Exploiting an API Endpoint Using Documentation Lab from PortSwigger.net. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out. We're not leaving, everybody. It's just something I got to say for the YouTube videos. Thank you for understanding. Okay, so we're going to be doing a couple more of these labs. So the next lab we're going to be doing is this one over here, finding and exploiting an unused API endpoint. Okay, so somebody else was asking about GraphQL. So I think I can find it really quick. GraphQL is not something I'm super familiar with, but eventually I'd like to learn everything, but we only have so much time in the day, you know? There we go, GraphQL API vulnerabilities. Memento Mori says, I think it's for educational purposes both ways. Well, I mean, we don't do any illegal hacking over here, because, well, I mean, it's against the terms of service on Twitch, and we're not bad people, so we don't do bad things. Anyways, let's go over to the next lab. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, TMonkeyDev. Thank you. All right, let's do my introduction, then we can get going. Just a second. SysOS says, illegal hacking is bad, man. Don't do illegal hacking. It's bad. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Okay, so Memento Story says, stop assuming I do bad things. I just answered the dude's question. Oh, okay. Wait, did somebody ask about illegal stuff? I don't think they did. Did they? Listen, Memento Mori. I'm not making any assumptions about you. I just want everybody to know that we're not doing anything bad. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the finding and exploiting an unused API endpoint lab over at PortSwigger.net. All right. So, what do we need to do in this lab? So it says to solve the lab, exploit a hidden API endpoint. To buy a lightweight elite leather jacket, you can log into your own account using the following credentials. Wiener Peter. So required knowledge for this lab, we have to understand how to use error messages to construct a valid request, how HTTP methods are used by RESTful APIs, and how changing the HTTP method can reveal additional functionality. Okay, Slyborg says, illegal does not mean bad. Illegal does not mean bad. It doesn't always mean bad. But, I mean, it always means illegal, though. Okay, Salvathir says, API security is so important, almost all new devs make the same API mistakes in their projects. Well, I mean, I can see how developers would make API mistakes because, well, they just want their stuff to work. And when they just want their stuff to work, they're not gonna really think about like how to make their API secure. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, so we're just gonna access the lab over here. It's gonna take a second to start up. Thank you very much, E. Hodge, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got our lab over here. What we're going to do is we're going to open this up in the Burp Suite browser. So after we have Burp Suite started up, we're going to go to the Proxy tab and then go to Intercept. So from the Proxy Intercept tab, we can open up the Burp Suite browser. And we want to use the Burp Suite browser to access this lab because everything that goes through the Burp Suite browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. And we can take a look at that information, we can replay it, all sorts of good things. Okay, so we're just going to copy the lab website here. We're going to put it in the browser, the Burp Suite browser. We're all joking here, yep. SysOS says, my account was supposed to be an un-Mackie voice. Oh, okay. So, Mr. Mackey, right, from South Park. No worries. Illegal hacking is bad, okay? Yeah, that's what we're trying to say. Anyways, okay, so what we want to do in this lab is we want to buy this lightweight elite leather jacket. So we could use this just like a regular web application for, buying stuff. We can view the details of the jacket. We can add one of these to our cart, and then we can go to our shopping cart and we can try to buy the jacket. So another thing that we see here is that we also have coupons that we might have to use to purchase this as well. If we try to buy the jacket, we're not going to be able to. So place order. It says, please log in to continue. Okay, we need to log in first. Just a second. Okay, so Wiener, Peter. Okay, and let's try buying that jacket again. So we'll just place the order. It says not enough store credit for this purchase. So what we need to do is we need to find a way to hack the API in order to buy the jacket, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. So let's go back to Burp Suite. We'll go over to the History tab here. And we're going to take a look at how we tried to make the purchase. So there are a couple of requests that we need to pay attention to. So we made a post request to cart checkout over here. We're going to take the request, we're going to put it in the repeater, and then we're going to take a look at what's in the request. Oh, never mind. Just a second, I need to take a look at my notes. I haven't solved this lab in a couple of weeks. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're trying to use the API to find a valid method, and we're going to try to enumerate what are valid methods on this particular app. So in cases where we can identify a valid API endpoint, it's often beneficial to try different HTTP methods with it to see if we can find different valid responses. So for example, we could try the get method, we could try the delete method, and they might give you different results. Okay, so we're going to go back to... Let me just take a quick cheeky look at my notes here. So this is lab 2. Okay, try to buy the jacket. Oh, there's the price endpoint. Okay, so if we go back to Burp Suite, one of the endpoints that was referenced when we made the request is, at least it should have been. Wait, what are my notes? There's a request, the API products 1 price endpoint. Hold on. Let me try doing that again. Okay, so we're just going to repeat the process again. I think it might have been because I loaded up the thing in Burp Suite later. Okay, we'll go in, we'll add one of these to our cart, then we'll go over to my account. No, we'll go over to our cart. We'll try to place the order, and it says not enough store credit for this purchase. So we'll go back to Burp Suite, and we'll see that there was a request to this endpoint over here, API products 1 price. So this retrieves the price for the jacket. Okay, so we're just going to right click on this request, and we're going to send it to the repeater. We're going to take a look at the request in the repeater, and in the request, we're trying to get the price for the jacket. In the response, send it. In the response, we get the price. So price equals $13.37, and message, your neighbor just bought one of these, don't feel left out. Okay, so this was a GET request to this particular endpoint. So when you've got a bunch of API endpoints, you could try to see if you could modify the result of the API call by going in here and using a different method or verb. So you could try post, you could try patch. In this case, if you use the patch verb with this API endpoint, it's going to change the price of this particular item. So when you send this patch request, of course, you're going to need to send some data. So we can take a look at this, and we can use this as a guide. So we're just going to copy this in our request with our modified patch request. Just going to paste in this this data here, and we're going to make sure that we're sending JSON requests or JSON data, or at least maybe we don't need to. Maybe it'll do it automatically, but we can set the price. So in here, we can set the price from $13.37 to $0. Okay? So content type. Content type. Content type. Application. Application/JSON. I think this is what you're going to do it. Yeah, application/JSON. So let's see. Okay, and we'll try sending this request. So it says price parameter must be a valid non-negative integer. Price parameter, oh, okay. I think I see what we need to do. So we need to make sure that this is an integer. So we're just gonna set price to 0. So it's not a string, it's instead an integer. Send this off, and we see OK. So OK price equals 0, and we've successfully set the price to 0 using an API call. So if we go back to the application, we can reset this. Go home. Go to the leather jacket. It says price is 0 now, so we can add one to our cart, and then we can go to our basket and we can place the order. And now we've solved the lab. Okay, everybody, so the way we did that is we were able to identify a particular API call to this endpoint here. So API products one price. And if you send a GET request, it will give you the price of the jacket. But if you send a different method, in this case, the patch request, then we're able to modify the price of the jacket. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Finding and Exploiting an Unused API Endpoint lab from PortSwigger.net. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we've got one more lab to do, and I'm pretty sure this next lab is a little bit more difficult. I just need to take a look at my notes. Actually, no, I'll take a look at my notes later if I get stuck. Okay, let's get out of here. So the next lab is what? Oh, forgot to set my time. Hold on. I think I can do this in the next 20 minutes or so. Okay. So the next lab is called Hidden Parameters and Mass Assignment. Okay. So this is actually a very interesting lab. Well, let's go ahead and start it up. John Smith says, learning. Yep, we're trying. We're trying to learn. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Exploiting a Mass Assignment Vulnerability Lab, which is an API security testing lab from PortSwigger.net. So in this lab, we need to do a very specific thing. To solve the lab, find and exploit a mass assignment vulnerability to buy a lightweight elite leather jacket. You can log into your own account using the following credentials: Wiener Peter. So required knowledge for solving this lab. You have to understand what mass assignment is. So mass assignment is a type of web app vulnerability. Why mass assignment may result in hidden parameters, how to identify the hidden parameters, and how to exploit mass assignment vulnerabilities. Okay, so thank you very much to LT for subscribing on YouTube, and thank you very much for Diogo Pay YouTube for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. Okay, Funny Guru says, what are you saying? Listen, Funny Guru, we don't talk about hating things over here. Please refrain from talking about that. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. All right, so the first thing we need to do to solve the lab is to access the lab. So we're just going to start up the lab over here, and just a second. So after a moment or two, the lab is going to start up. And what we need to do is we need to open up the lab inside of Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is our security testing tool. We've got it started up over here, and we're going to start up the Burp Suite browser. So the Burp Suite browser is important for our testing purposes. We're going to go to the proxy tab inside of Burp Suite. I'm going to click on Intercept. We're going to open up the browser. Thank you very much, Sam S, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just going to grab the lab URL here, put it in Burp Suite, and then we're going to start investigating how to purchase this jacket. So the goal of the lab is to purchase the jacket without using any money, and we have to log into the application first. We've been given some credentials. We click on My Account. We log in using Wiener Peter. Okay, and we see that we got 0 store credit. All right, and what else do we have inside the lab? Okay, we've got the lightweight leather jacket over here. Let's view the details, and we're going to try to purchase. We're going to try to purchase this legitimately. Of course, we can't because we don't have any store credit. So we're going to add one to our cart. And then we're going to go over to our cart. We're going to place an order. And it says not enough store credit for this purchase. Okay, so we can't purchase it normally. So what we can do is we can take a look at what happens in the application when we try to purchase the jacket. So we can go back to Burp Suite, go to the HTTP history tab. And we can take a look down at the bottom to see what kind of API calls were made when we tried to purchase the jacket. Okay, we've got our checkout. We've got our resources. Okay, so here's a funny thing. So when we check out the API checkout endpoint over here, we're just going to put this in the repeater. We send the GET request to API checkout. In the response, we get chosen discount percentage equals 0. Percentage equals 0. We got chosen products, product 1, lightweight elite leather jacket, quantity 1, item price. So the API has actually exposed another parameter here that we didn't know about called chosen discount. So if we could somehow find a way to set chosen discount to, from 0% to 100%, then we could probably purchase the jacket. So let's talk about what kind of vulnerability this is. So we're talking about API mass assignment, 120% discount. Why not get them to give us money? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So API mass assignment. So in certain APIs, it's possible to assign values to parameters that are not specified in the original request. So let's just assume that the user API sends this kind of information about our user, right? So ID number, name, email, and whether or not this user is an admin. So for example, an API GET request may retrieve the following information about a user on the system. This lets us know that there is an isAdmin parameter for each user. If, during the user creation process, we see an API post request that includes the above data over here, so we can send our name and our email, we could try to give ourselves additional privileges. So we're sending name and email, but why not send is admin as well and set it to true when we create our user on the system. So we're not creating a user on the system. It's just an example here. CSOS says, or the hacker amount of 1,337%. Of course. So if we found this kind of endpoint, or this kind of endpoint when we create our user, we could take advantage of a mass assignment vulnerability by giving ourselves extra parameters when we send our user creation request. So by adding an isAdmin parameter with our user creation post request, if it's successful, this would be a classic example of mass assignment vulnerability. So in this case, it's not really, we're not adding isAdmin. In this case, we're going to be doing the chosen discount. Okay, let's go back. Let me take a look at my notes really quick. Okay, so go to the burp suite HTTP proxy and locate the get and post requests for the API checkout endpoint. Observe that the get request response includes a parameter that is not included in the post request, chosen discount. We can send the post request to the API checkout endpoint to the burp repeater and modify the request so that it includes the chosen discount set to 100%. Okay, Mr. Pooter says, would you say it's possible to be good at binary exploitation and a web app? Yeah, you could definitely be good at both of those things. I'm so interested in both and often don't know what to pick. Well, I mean, I think you can definitely study two subjects at the same time. I mean, you might feel like you're dividing your time, but you can think of it like this. When you get tired or a bit burnt out on one of the subjects, you can always switch to the other one. That's the way I would do it. Okay, so let's illustrate what this looks like inside of Burp Suite. So Toopsy Trinidad, hello, nice to see you, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so this is the get request that lets us know about the products we're selecting. But there's also in the HTTP history, there's a post request to check out. So this is the get request. This is the post request. Okay, so we get insufficient error, cart equals error insufficient funds as the response. But we're going to send this one, the post request, over to the repeater. In the repeater, the only thing we have here is chosen products, but we can also include the, what was it called? Chosen discount, I think it was called. Hold on. Chosen discount percentage. Okay, so we're just going to grab that. We're going to grab that object, and we're going to add it to our post request. Okay, so chosen discount percentage, we're going to change it from 0 to 100. The product is going to remain the same. And I think this is all we need to do. We'll send this request off. And then we see 201 created. So we should be able, well, we should have purchased the jacket. Go back to the lab. It says, congratulations to solve the lab. Although we didn't see it inside of the web app, we were able to successfully purchase the jacket. And that's how we solved the lab. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Drag Lower, and present by Adpshek. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, let's catch up with chat. So Sleepy Dude says, look mom, I'm hacking too. Hello Sleepy Dude, nice to see you here. Salvathier says, you have to focus on one main, and a main one because they're very different sides in the abstraction layer. I mean, that is true. That is true. And there's a lot of stuff that you study when you study like binary exploitation that is not really applicable to web app hacking. Sometimes, some very, very rare times, they do overlap. Okay, Notorious Coder says, found algo and code to solve the prime number problem. Spoiler alert, may contain the answer. Site is Perl Monk, title The Sieve of Shredong Law, algorithm 3 for generating. Geez. Dreglower says, yo, nice, burp is fire. Mr. Pooter says, true. I think I need to do both and see which one I like better. Switch when I'm burnt out, like Shai mentioned. I'd like to be somewhat skilled at both eventually. Yeah, I mean, nothing prevents you from studying multiple things at once, especially if you're interested in them. If you're not interested in them, of course, you don't have to study anything you're not interested in. All right, so let's go ahead and finish off the lab. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for exploiting a mass assignment vulnerability as part of the API Hacking Labs over at PortSwigger.net. If you enjoyed these guided walkthroughs, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving, gotta say that for the YouTube. Thank you for understanding. Okay, so we got 7 minutes. We're going to be switching into our last topic today. So the last topic is going to be slightly different. It's going to be a little bit more freeform. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hacking over at this site over here. It's called Standoff365. So Standoff365 is a very popular Russian CTF platform. And, well, it's got some things that you don't really see on other CTF platforms, especially not for free. So Salvatore says, remember to be very hands-on and apply the stuff that you learn. That's how it sticks with you long term. SysOS says, let's see, the only thing you truly need to understand is how programming works, like structures, common patterns, and libraries. Yeah, I mean, I've been learning about binary hacking and reverse engineering through learning the hacking process. So it's been kind of backwards for me. Most people learn about program architecture first, and then they learn hacking. I learned it in the reverse order. Anyways, okay, so we're going to be working on this platform here, Standoff365. It's mostly free. You can sign up for an account. You can access most of the features on the website. And the feature that we're going to be using today is called the Bootcamp. Okay, Notorious Coder says, have you tried KC7 Cyber? It's good for blue teaming. I haven't tried it before. Do you have a link? Or actually, KC7 Cyber, I could probably look it up. Let me do that really quick. KC7 Cyber. Okay. KC7 Cyber detective game. Let me put this in another tab so that I can check it out later. Thank you very much, Notorious Coder. Thank you. SysOS says, I learned assembly before I learned proper programming. I mean, nobody's learning journey is exactly the same. Notorious Coder says, focuses on Microsoft security tools. Oh, you mean like Azure stuff? Or are we talking about Sysmon or like other stuff like that? Dreglower says, I taught myself how to use Linux when I was 12, still proud of it. Yeah, I mean, it was a lot harder to teach yourself stuff like way back in the past, but I mean, nowadays it's super easy to be very do-it-yourself as far as your education is concerned. But sorry, Notorious Coder says the algorithm for solving the prime number problem. Let me copy your message, and I can investigate it later. Thank you very much. So I'll just paste that into my chat window here. That's... Huh. I didn't copy the entire message. Just a second, everybody. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay. Okay, Mr. Pooter says, of course, I'll be learning by doing. Programming and hacking really interests me, so I'm not too worried. Okay, so Notorious Coder says KQL MDE. Memento Mori says, today I start my DE? DE from TTY. So what does DE stand for in this case? Should all check out Neri. Y'all Linux users. I'm not too sure what NERI is. Let me know what that is. Okay, let's continue. So we're using this platform over here. It's Standoff365. We're accessing the bootcamp, and in the bootcamp, they've got a whole range of connected machines. Hold on. Where's the workspace? Access and resources. So for this particular network, you have to download a VPN connection, well, a VPN file that you can use to access the network, of course. Salvatore says, Mr. Frog, have you ever done some stuff related to cryptocurrency logic vulnerabilities? They do a fact stack on bug bounty platforms. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that a lot of people can make a lot of money by doing bug bounty on cryptocurrency smart contracts. So, I mean, I'm not too sure where you learn about that stuff. Smart contract hacking. Okay. I mean, the thing is that I'm not exactly sure where you would learn about how to like common hacking techniques for doing smart contract security. If anybody knows, let us know in the chat, because I am interested in checking it out eventually. Salvatore says, that's why I'm asking. I've encountered many who do it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know either, but maybe this link would be good to look at. So, smart contract security risk, today's top 10 vulnerabilities. We're taking a look at like top 10 lists. I'll give you the link. Well, I mean, you would use them in bug bounty. I hear that the bounties on smart contracts, like cryptocurrency stuff, they pay a lot of money. That's what I heard. Of course, I don't want to advocate bug bounty as some sort of get-rich-quick scheme. Definitely don't think of it like that. Okay, so we got our VPN connection over here. Let's go ahead and connect to the platform. Okay, we need a password, and then they're going to ask us to log in. So I don't encounter too many VPN keys that ask us to log into the platform, but here we are. Let me look up my credentials. Okay, and now we're connected. Sleepy Dude says, I like money. Well, amazing. Anyways, SysOS says, smart contracts are tricky to set up for a CTF or less environment due to the whole blockchain thing. Yeah, I wish there was like easy, there's easy ways to get into this stuff. Because I'd love to take a look. Okay, let's go ahead and give ourselves a couple hours to work on this last section of the stream. We'll do 2 hours. We'll see how we feel after 2 hours is up. Sleepy Dude says, quote from Idiocracy, I like money. I mean, it's a quote from a lot of places. Mr. Pooter asks, what are your hobbies outside of hacking? My hobbies? I like gaming. I don't do too much. I like CTFs, learning different cybersecurity stuff. What else do I like? I like hiking. I don't know. No, I don't do very much that's not cybersecurity or like, you know, Basically, everything I do is like part of like doing like HackerFrogs. I'm spending a lot of time setting up my nonprofit company, stuff like that. I'm not super into my hobbies right now. Okay, so let's see. 6.2 says, what topic API hacking are you working on it now? Yeah, we just finished our APIs hacking stuff. We did 3 labs from PortSwigger. So 6.2, if you go back about an hour in the stream, you should be able to see us hacking API stuff. Okay, Notorious Coder says there are courses by Blockchain Console, paid though. Okay, and there are YouTube videos to get started. One I remember is Patrick Collins. Cyber says, do you still do art? You said you were an art teacher before, right? I mean, I was an English teacher before. I went to school for art. I mean, I guess another one of my hobbies I could say is like, I used to think a lot about game design. Not for video games, more for like board games and card games. I tried to design a few games. Oh man, game design is tough. But it is very rewarding, and it really makes you think about games differently. Anything. So Sleepy says, hiking alone? Well, I mean, most of the time I'm hiking alone because I gotta find... It's hard to coordinate time with people. It's a lot easier to coordinate time with yourself. Okay, Dreglower says, I've always wanted to create one. Art? Oh yeah, right. So, I mean, I'd like to get back into digital art, seeing as how I went to school for art, but I mean, it's tough because I've got too many things to do these days. Dreglower says, do you have, okay, less yapping, more hacking. Well, I mean, we'll try to get to it. Okay, we've got our VPN access over here, and we've got our network. So the network is over here. Okay. Sorry, there was like a document talking about how you can access the thing. Okay, so we got a scope, which is a outer perimeter. So this is something that's pretty unique to this network. We have an entire IP range to scan. Okay, music video. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, and so we've got an entire IP range to scan. We've actually been working on this particular network for a while now, but let me talk about how you would typically scan like an IP range. So most of our CTF challenges, we're only scanning one particular IP address, but if you wanted to scan like an entire IP range, like we have over here, you'd run the same nmap command, but you'd run something like this to try to identify which hosts are up. Actually, let's run it very verbose. Actually, I don't think we need to. Okay. So over here, when we run nmap with this particular flag, SN, it's just going to let us know if we can communicate with a particular IP address. In this case, we've got access to something in the neighborhood of like 15 or 18 different hosts. And we've already mapped most of this. So the place where we map this kind of stuff is going to be in our etc host file. Let me show you. So this is the network range here, and we've associated each one of these IPs that we found online with a domain. So these are all part of the edu.stf domain. And the subdomains we found, stuff like calculator, gallery, library, etc., etc. So this is a very open-ended challenge. The eventual goal is to get root access on every single one of these machines. So I think we've managed to do one machine out of a lot of them, and we're keeping track of our progress over on our walkthroughs. Let's see, what is it called? Standoff? Here we go. So we've got write-ups for each one of these systems, and for each one of these systems we've been doing enumeration against them, trying to figure out what kind of vulnerabilities exist. So for example, we've got this one over here, the library. We haven't written anything. Oh, I guess it's all still in the notes over on my machine. Just a second, everybody. I think I'm gonna give up on the Python script. Oh well. So I'm keeping everything in a little directory over here, and we've already written a lot of notes about these machines. So I think the majority of our notes are in. It was either network notes or network overview. Let me check. Nope. Net overview. Thank you very much, Paul Umar, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so for each one of these machines, we were taking notes. We were doing a lot of scans, and I think we were in the process of trying to figure out this library machine. So the library machine here. This is the IP address. We figured out that there's port 22 and 80 open. Okay, Notorious Coder says, what is the setup and configuration for my hacking rig, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, I'm not using anything super special. Mr. Yaz, not too sure how to pronounce that. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I'm using a very standard Kali Linux machine. So if you want to figure out, if you ever wanted to use a Linux machine that you could use for hacking yourself, I've got a video where I talk about how to create one. Hold on. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Alpha Boy, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Black Cheater 99. Thank you very much. Okay, so what was I talking about? Kali Linux, right? So Kali Linux is the Linux distribution I'm using for all my hacking over here. It's not the only type of system you can use for hacking. You can use Windows for hacking. You can use Linux for hacking. You could use Mac OS for hacking if you really wanted to. It's just that Kali Linux is a very convenient way for cybersecurity students to get access to a system that has a lot of different hacking tools, cybersecurity tools. Of course, there are other distributions that are focused on cybersecurity as well. Okay, so so Suxla asks, how do I rat people? How do I rat people? You don't rat people. Please don't rat people, everybody. Okay, music video asks, explain about information gathering tools. So information gathering tools, I mean, probably the one that we associate with Kali Linux over here is like the harvester. So this is an OSINT tool that you can use to look for information about organizations or people and other stuff. You can read more about it here. So SysOS says you can use Windows, you can use a printed circuit board for hacking, pick whatever Pick whatever you hate the least. Well, I guess that's one to look at it. Memento Mori says Exegol. Exegol is yeah, that's like that's a popular system used for hacking stuff. Exegol. I think a lot of people said that Exegol was supposed to be. Hold on, what is it called? Pen testing environment for security professionals. I've never tried this out, so I don't know very much about it. But if you want to learn, you can check out this link. Okay, Tiana Show says Parrot or Kali. I use Kali because I've been using Kali a long time. And, well, what I like about Kali Linux is that everybody uses it. And if everybody uses it, that means you can get support for it very easily, just in case something goes wrong. So if you're trying to figure out something, if you're figuring out how to do something, it's probably a lot easier to use what everybody else uses, because everybody else has the same kind of questions. Okay, so let's take a look at this system over here, library.edu.stf. We are connected, aren't we? Unable to connect. Sick in the Mind says it has a wide adoption rate, which makes it easier to support. Yeah, that's what I Cali for life, Grove Street for life. Well, okay, Crack. It's like a haven of illegal owners of all the accounts. What are we talking about? I have no idea. Okay, Notorious Coder says I generally use Mac with Docker when I want to challenge myself. Minimal setup with open source tools. I hear that other like pen testing companies. We really can't access this stuff, huh? We are connected. Let me try a. Yeah, we managed to. This thing is up. Okay, Carrie's Mian asks, what do you think about the pentester certification by TryHackMe? Fort 443 is not open. Okay, let's just try pinging the machine. We can ping the machine. Okay, so we need to figure out why we can't access it via the web browser. This is weird. Okay, ZenXC asks, do you think Arch Linux and Kali Linux... Do you think that Arch Linux and Kali Linux VMs are a good setup? I mean, if you're using Arch Linux, you're not using Kali Linux. If you're using Arch Linux for security stuff, you'd be using like Black Arch, which is the security the security flavor of Arch Linux. I've never used Black Arch before. Do we need a host file? I mean, I've already got my host file configured. It should be mapped over here, so I'm not too sure. Let me see if I can curl this. We know port 80 and port 22 are open. Failed to connect. Could not connect to server. Sleepy Dude says Black Arch, Kali, Parrot OS, pick your flavor. HTTP is closed. Let me do another mmap scan. Port 80 shouldn't be closed. I mean, here's the thing. This is a shared environment. And sometimes when you got a shared environment, stuff goes down. So maybe we should take a look at another machine, because this particular machine isn't available right now. Okay, do -p-. I mean, we've done a bunch of scans on this machine before. I mean, from our notes, it should be just port 22 and 80. put this over here. Oh, that's not where we're doing it. Yeah, so now there's only port 22 open. Sick the Mind says, I submitted a recovery request for Bootcamp. Recovery request? I didn't even know you could do that. Sick in the Mind, you've probably been hacking at this thing longer than I have. Okay, Notorious Coder says you can also try Cyber Warfare Labs. It can aid in the OSCP journey. Oh, okay. So Sick in the Mind says 60 minutes to reboot the environment, so try another box for now. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So what should we try out next? So the interesting thing about this particular platform is that they let you know what kind of vulnerabilities exist on the targets. So they say that there's a remote code execution vulnerability on library.edu.stf. There's local privilege escalation, sure. And there's local file inclusion on www.edu.stf. We could probably take a look at this vulnerability next. Okay, music video says the more you can hit the target with one shot, please explain some website pen testing tools, active information, and passive information when you have free time. I mean, what do you want to know about this stuff? What page is that on? Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I'll give you the link. So the thing about this website is that it's not organized very clearly. So under Bootcamp, you can take a look at critical events. So there's the overview tab. The critical events tab, it'll tell you about all the vulnerabilities for each machine. Okay, so local file inclusion on the www endpoint, or the server. Well, let's take a look. Okay, so we can access this website. Yes. I mean, it's not completely blind. The reason why they have this is because you're supposed to be able to submit reports to get your points. I already found the LFI on that one. Okay, so let me take a look at my own notes for this. So music video says I wanted to do a website pen test. Now I'm using some information gathering tools. Is Google Dork really useful in the open world? I think. Well, I mean, if you know how to use Google Dorks, I mean, I'm not really an expert on this kind of stuff. Mostly I use stuff like directory busting tools and like web app scanners and stuff like that. Let me take a look at my notes for this machine. Okay, so we're looking at the www machine. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so there's port 22, 21, and 80. So we've found some email addresses on the web port. So according to this JS file, there's an LFI vulnerability. Oh, I've done this. I've rooted this machine before. Okay, maybe we'll move on to another one because we've already done this one. I didn't even have an open browser to get to that point. Echo HackRoller. HackRoller. Huh. But yeah, we've done a lot of enumeration on this box. We'll move on to we'll do another one. Where's the list? So local file inclusion, remote code execution, we've done this stuff. Okay, so there's server-side request forgery on utils.edu.stf. Well, let's check it out. HackRoller is an underrated tool. Okay, a PDF converter. Convert any HTML file to PDF. I mean, this is some CTF stuff. Okay, so Memento Mori asks, what's your name? I don't know if you disclosed that. I mean, my name's the Shy Hat. If you want to, well, I mean, you could probably do some OSINT if you wanted to learn more about me. It's not super secret. It's just that I don't tend to talk too much about personal details on the stream. Notorious Coder says, great session, I had fun. It was a refresher. Sent a LinkedIn connection request as well. I mean, Notorious Coder knows where it's at. Man, I'm bored. I'm going to learn x86 assembly for fun now. Go ahead. I mean, I hope you have a lot of fun. Yeah. Okay, so utils, right? What do we have for utils? So the only thing we know is that it's a PDF converter application. There's port 22 and 80 open. And we need to... So it says that there's some sort of server-side request forgery. So server-side request forgery means that we can contact other machines on the network, maybe? He won't have fun. Well, I mean, maybe he might have fun. Okay, so we have a file and we've got a URL. I guess... Oh, wow. So you can choose a file to upload to get a PDF, and you can also upload... You can also specify a URL. So this is a pretty good indication that there might be server-side request forgery on this particular box. Thank you very much, Cujo, for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so we probably want to send this through Burp Suite. So let's go ahead and do that over here. Okay, so let's try sending through the URL. And so I guess in this case we need to host a PDF file, right? Because we want to have the machine communicate with our own box. Thank you very much, Kimberly Sosa, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so over here, let's just grab like any old PDF file. Let's see. Locate. So we got an example image PDF file over here. We'll just copy it to our own directory. Okay. God. Well, I mean, we're literally talking about PDF files here. Let's go ahead and serve this thing. Actually, before we do that, let's rename this, because I don't want to type this thing out. We're going to rename this file to test.pdf. And Dr. Paradox, hello, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream, hello. We're just trying to do a little bit of hacking over here. Find some vulnerabilities. Actually, before we do that, we should probably find out our own IP address on the network, because we're going to be communicating back to our attacker machine. Okay, something like this. Thanto says, bro, I'm being very serious. Where can I properly learn assembly and recommendations? Well, I mean, I suggested ASM Tutor. Dr. Paradox says, I use Kali Linux. I also use Kali Linux, Dr. Paradox. So, Sick in the Mind also suggested, like, there was a course on Hack the Box. If you like using Hack the Box. So, Hack the Box assembly. This one over here. I think it costs like, yeah, like 100 cubes. So Sick in the Mind said that this was pretty good. I trust him. And I don't know if there's a course over at Try Hack Me or not that talks about assembly. I mean, here's a room that talks about Windows x86 assembly or x64 assembly. And I think there might be something at W3 schools, but maybe not. I mean, sometimes it feels like everything's at W3 schools, but they don't have everything. Yeah. Actually, you know what might have something? It might be here. Oh, and they don't have it. That's a shame. But yeah, it's tough to find assembly language like courses. Thanto says 100 cubes is a little expensive. Well, it's 15 more cubes than what you start off with. So it's 10 or 15 bucks, give or take. Okay. Sick in the Mind says it's hard to find good stuff find stuff that's good with assembly or teaches in a constructive way. That's not a sleeper. Okay. Notorious Coder says you can try OST2 FYI for assembly. I was a beta tester for one of their courses. They have a roadmap as well. Let me check that out really quick. OST2. Open security training. Okay. I've heard about open security training. It is free. Here's the link. I haven't tried this out before, but I mean, it's free. It couldn't hurt. Okay, so let's go back to the hackend. So utils.edu.stf. All right. So what we need to do here is we need to host our PDF file on port 80, and then we need to reference it over here. Okay, Dr. Paradox says, do you know Temple OS? The only thing I know about Temple OS is that it was created by some extremist. Let's go back. Okay. All right. So this redirects us to a page called convert.php. I wonder how it got this much information out of that file. That's weird. Oh, it's supposed to convert like an... Hold on. Convert any HTML file to PDF. So what we should be serving are HTML files. Okay, the most secure and best OS is Tails. I've never used it before in Notorious Coder. I don't know too much about it. Okay, so let's take a look at what happened inside of Burp Suite. Proxy. Was it not recorded? That's weird. Let's go back. So this is the page. If we click on this, then we should get like a GET request to convert.php, but it wasn't recorded in Burp Suite. Okay, Memento Mori says, Tails for anonymity, cubes for security. I mean, I'm not familiar with cubes either. Can you tell me what the selling points of Cubes OS is? CubesOS is everything in containers and VMs. Oh, interesting. I mean, it's not a security testing distribution. Could you call it like a separate distribution? I don't know anything about it. Hold on. CubesOS. A reasonably secure operating system. Okay. So is this a... yeah, it's Linux-like. Security-focused desktop operating system that provides security through compartmentalization. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Cubes isolates everything, even your keyboard and headsets in VMs. It's just for tinfoil hats. Okay, it's not for people who want to be super productive. I don't know. Okay, Dr. Paradox says, I don't see streams on Linux and computers. This is great. There are not very many people who do security stuff on Twitch and YouTube, but here's a list of people who do that. Over here. So if you go to the list and you see that there's a little green dot, that means that this person is online. It looks like I'm the only person online right now. What were we doing? Over here. Okay. So this doesn't really generate a new request. That's weird. The other way is we could just try to upload something. So choose a file, get the PDF. So we'll browse. We'll send the test PDF. Oh, does it not let us choose it? Okay. So what does that look like? That still doesn't send anything through Burp Suite. Okay, SysOS says not that many, pulls out a giant list of streamers. I mean, there's a giant list of streamers. It's just that most of the people aren't online most of the time. The people near the top, they stream the most. So Slyborg streams quite a bit. Your Cyber Doctor. I'm not too sure. Standard Error DK. I've never seen their streams. I've never seen Top Clean stream either. But there's you can think of like the top 10 on the list as the people who stream the most often. Let's try making a, well, let's try creating a little HTML page. Let's just grab an example from example.com. Okay, so here's example.com. We're just going to steal their homework. For our own example here. Okay, and then we'll go in and we'll try to convert the file again. Okay, so I mean this works. So it turns the HTML page into a PDF, that's fine. The funny thing is that this still doesn't create any traffic. Is there something wrong with my Burp Suite? I'm gonna shut down Burp Suite. Well, I'm just for like a sanity check. check the intercept. Yeah, I should have. I should have, but I'm just gonna restart this thing. Okay, where's the page? Sigma says it wouldn't auto-magically turn itself on. Turn on intercept and double check. Okay, so here it is. Here's our thing. Choose the PDF file. Sorry, choose the HTML file. Get the thing. This thing comes back. HTTP history. Huh. Yeah, this is weird. That might see it as a binary result. You have to enable it in the filter. So filter settings, filter by MIME type, other binary? Yeah, maybe other binary, and we'll try it again. Okay, and then we go back. Okay, we did get a post request to convert.php. Great. This is what we're looking for. You can also inspect element networking. Okay, you had to convert the post request to show up. Yeah. Standoff, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so it's here, and we just need to take a look in the repeater. So it's name file, file name, index.html. So if there is some sort of server-side request forgery vulnerability, like what is reported over here, so SSRF on utils. So Dr. Paradox asked, do I have a mechanical keyboard? No. I've got a very, very cheap keyboard. The important thing for me is that it's a corded keyboard. So I've got a corded keyboard and a corded mouse because I hate recharging I hate recharging my mouse or my keyboard. It's the worst. Okay, so let's see. So name equals file, file name equals index.html. So can we force this to look at something else? Just for an example, something like this. What? What came out here? Hold on. So something came out. I don't know if we can use any of this though. So what did we send? We sent file name equals, oh, you know what? This might be, Okay, Jorge Villa asks, I am not using Burp Suite anymore. I really like Kaido. It's almost the same, but it's all free. You need to try it. I mean, I'd like to. I would like to, but it seems like I need to take like a... I need to do like a tutorial on Kaido, because the last time I took a look at Kaido, I wasn't able to get very much out of it. You know what? Maybe I should take a look at some example SSRF vulnerabilities, because I need a little bit of inspiration. I'm pretty sure I haven't. Have I done this on PortSwigger yet? Yeah, I have done some SSRF vulnerability labs. So let's see. Basic SSRF against the local server. And thank you very much, Unbalanced Techno. Thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Jody Bree says, I haven't gotten to use Kaido yet. I downloaded it. Still using Burp Suite Pro. Angry at JavaScript. Angry at JavaScript. So basic SSRF against local server. Let's just take a look at what this attack involves. So stock API equals... So we can access the local host here. So localhost admin, we take the parameter, we reference some sort of internal resource. Oh, you know what? This might be, yeah, we might be able to do this through the remote endpoint. So where's our remote endpoint? Here. Okay. So let's see where this is. Here? Okay. We'll send this to the repeater, and we'll see if we can access like an internal endpoint. So for example, I don't know, localhost index.html or something. Although I think this is a PHP application. Actually, where does it take in? Oh, here. Hold on. Okay, so this is where we specify the URL. So we're just going to change this from our address to localhost index.php. I think the landing page is PHP. Index.php. This is, okay, it's not PHP. Is it HTML? This is HTML. Okay. So localhost index.html, send this off. Okay, we just need to... Well, let's turn this into like a curl request. So copy as curl, and then we can just go here and give it a try. Oh boy. I'm just trying to locate where where we put the thing. Where is it? I mean, it should be there. Okay. Okay, this just gives us an okay. It's at the end. Okay, okay. So localhost index.html is here. I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is we could just put this request in the browser instead. So we will, what is it? Request in browser in original session, current browser session. Okay, so we can just go back to Burp Suite. This didn't work. Or did it work? Can we save this? Let's try saving this file. So mpdf.pdf, sure. We should probably put it in our temp directory instead. Okay. Did this not download correctly? Let's try it again. Download. We'll call it this. Insecure download blocked. No, we want to keep it? Okay. I didn't know. Okay. So let's take a look at the meta information for this thing. Dr. Paradox, thank you for the emotes. Colton Davis says, love your videos, just got my new laptop and finally getting my feet wet. Awesome. Trey R, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's... So we just run strings on this thing. Yeah, this isn't... well, I mean, this is a PDF file. It seems like we don't... We're not really accessing anything internal here. It's a bit of a bummer. Maybe we need to mess around with this stuff some more. And Pratty, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So this is already the repeater here. So localhost index.html didn't work. We got a file name index.html. Okay, Dr. Paradox says, I wrote the exif tool. Wrote the exif tool? So referencing this didn't really modify the request. Okay, just a second, gotta switch up my music. We'll be back in a bit. So the contents are this. Let me take a look at some other notes for some other labs. So basic SSRF against another backend system. Raul says, hey, YouTube just recommended me your channel. Hello and welcome to the stream. What is up, Raul? Nice to see you here. Okay, so we did in this case, we did like a scan against all of the, against all the ports in range. No. All the IP addresses in range. I wonder if the other I wonder if the other machine is back online. Hold on. What about library? Library is still offline. Okay, let's take a closer look. So if the server-side request forgery vulnerability was going to be in this application, it would be in here, where we specified like a specific URL. So this is to the convert endpoint. Maybe we need to take a look at the something else. So here's get. These are all, so let's see, localhost, index. Okay, so Devin Anderson says, have you tried FFUFing? Just got near. Hello, nice to see you here, Devin Anderson. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure which parameter we'd want to fuzz. Okay, so we have our typical file upload here. Then we've got the one. So this server-side request forgery. Okay. Acer Kumar, hello, nice to see you here. Can you hack an API for Android lib GDX based application, like ChatGum Chatroom application? I mean, the only API hacking stuff that I do is the stuff that we've been studying over at PortSwigger. So this kind of stuff over here. I typically don't do mobile stuff. You're talking about Android. Oh, Android is mobile. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too different from web app requests, because it's, I mean, even though the form factor is different, you're still talking about like API calls. So it shouldn't be too different from hacking against regular web apps. Yeah, it requires some setup and API decoupling. It's not so fast to set up. I mean, it's not something I've ever done before. So, unfortunately, I don't think I can help you. Convert any HTML file. So, let me just do a little bit of research. So there's got to be other challenges that are kind of similar to this. SSRF, vulnerability, URL parameter, URL in request. Okay, server-side request forgery. So we want to be specific that we're doing like Man Valdez, hello, nice to see you here. What's the purpose of this challenge? You're looking for a file loaded by the converter that does an SSRF. So the SSRF has to be, well, I mean, I would assume that the SSRF, the place where we inject our SSRF payload would be somewhere in here, because we're specifying the resource that's to be contacted. Let me just make sure, right? So every time we send this request out, it should make contact with index.html. But I don't see it happening here. Hold on. Maybe we need to choose something that's not index.html. Let's rename it to something else. So we'll rename it test.html maybe. Do the same thing. Okay, send that out. So it seems like it's retrieving it, but it's not really making contact with the server over here. Try a CSS or a JavaScript file. Okay, Vasa says, no idea what this is about. Looks cool though. I respect hacking talent. Hey, hello and nice to see you here. Vasav Chala, hello. So try, well, I mean, we could try another file. We could try, like, we were originally trying to use, like, PDF files with this thing. Let's try that again. So test.pdf. So URL. And thank you very much to Hatem Aliyan for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we'll try getting this. That still didn't touch the server. I wonder what's going wrong here. Dr. Paradox says, I'm currently learning web hacking, how to identify SQL and XSS vulnerabilities. Yeah, awesome. Awesome. So is the converter from PDF to HTML or HTML to PDF? It should be HTML to PDF, according to what it says over here. Convert any HTML file to a PDF file, right? So go over to URL and supply. Well, let's try one that is something that doesn't exist and see if it. So this probably errors out. It still gave us something. That's weird. That file doesn't exist, but it still returned something to us. Okay, Vasav, hello, nice to see you. I have a quick question. Yeah, you can ask a question, no worries. Okay, Man Valdez says, cool, if it's HTML to PDF, then try poking the HTML. I mean, let's just make sure what our own IP address is. So we have to give this IP address when we're making the request. This is the same IP address, okay? So what if we just give like random number name that doesn't exist? Does it still return something to us? It still returns something to us. But what is the stuff it's returning to us? It looks weird. Tries netstat to verify. Yeah, I mean, this is very strange. It is thank you very much, Patrick McLaughlin. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And Chaffee YT, thank you very much for his subscription as well. So that is PDF content, okay? I see magic values at the beginning. So let's see. Vasav says, I got this recommendation because I was watching some Bitcoin security videos regarding how secure it is. I want to know if today everybody uses encryption, how can you even hack anything? Just curious. Encryption doesn't make you. Encryption means that the data that's being sent back and forth can't be read by people who are just looking at the packets. Encryption doesn't necessarily keep you safe. Marathon session today. Yeah, we're doing an extra hour today, Randolph. Okay, so we got this is a PDF file, but it's nothing. We didn't specify anything. Yeah, encryption is about integrity of the information, not about keeping you safe. Reminds me of the really awfully written scripts on cybersecurity that the NCIS uses. So the app is somehow showing the internals of a PDF on the PDF itself. They have 9 firewalls of encryption. But how many firewalls do you need to crack? Call Me Hono has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. So it'll always return a PDF to you, no matter what. You know what? Maybe we can just specify like random stuff in here, right? Let's go back. So we're doing URL. Let's just do localhost convert.php and see if it returns it for us. This is the same PDF that's being returned all the time. Okay, target endpoints, not MITM traffic. So what if we use this thing normally? So if we use it normally, we specify a file that actually exists. Over here we've got our test.html page. So we'll just host it. Okay, you can create an HTML file and then upload it. Yeah, I mean that's the plan. It's supposed to be a conversion tool. And I did see it working earlier. It doesn't work. Hold on. Let's rename this thing. We'll rename it from test.html to index.html. Okay, Integrity has an article on this titled Exploiting PDF Generators, a complete guide defining SSRF vulnerabilities in PDF generators. Well, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Maybe I should take a look at that article. Jeez. SSRF in PDF generators. So integrity? Well, I mean, let's just search this. Okay. So let's see, accept all the stuff. What are PDF generators? PDF generators are a component within a web application that allows the creation of PDF documents based on dynamic data. Okay. HTML to PDF, most common approach. So this is exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, if the user controllable input is directly concatenated to the HTML template without proper sanitization, it is susceptible to HTML injection, which in most cases can be further escalated into server-side request forgery. Plus, the version of the PDF we are generating is also vulnerable. This one is using version 1.4. Okay, so we've got third-party servers identifying the PDF generators, so reports, receipts and invoices, I mean... Okay, so full SSRF vulnerabilities. The API endpoint takes in the invoice data body parameter and renders the user controllable HTML without proper sanitization. Okay, so invoice data equals... All right. Okay, so the iframe tag won't work in all these cases. Let me just see what this is just supposed to look like when it works. So this is an example of it not working. Why is this broken? I can't get the application to contact my web page, to contact my machine anymore. I mean, let me just make sure that I can do this myself. So if we go to localhost, then we get this page. So this is what I'm trying to get the thing to convert. Grump Play, hello, nice to see you here. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. User ton 0 address. Yeah, I mean, we have been. So if we just send it this, it still doesn't do it correctly. It still errors out. I have no idea why. Let's go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we've got all of these requests. It doesn't take in the correct stuff. It was correct here. Hold on. Let's send this to a repeater. Send. The response is, it's still this messed up stuff. Okay, Grumplay. I'm sorry to hear that, Grumplay. Let's see. No for the browser check. Yeah, it's not really checking the browser. I got it to work once, but for some reason it's not going through correctly nowadays. Or like, I'm not too sure. It could be that part of the application broke. I'll keep this around. I probably need to take a look at it later. Let's see if the library's up. Library's not up. Man. So the 10.0 address, we've been using it. util dot, what was it? edu.stf. Oh. Wait, did the entire site break? I don't think I can contact this thing anymore. Hold on, what was the name of the thing? Utils. Okay, I made a misspell. Can't have to spell everything correctly, everybody. utils.edu.stf. Okay, we can contact it, okay. I mean, I don't know. Okay. We'll try feeding it our IP here. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Anthony. Thank you. Okay, now it works. So this worked. So what we need to do is we need to find some way to use the iframe. Let's take a look at the so iframe equals source example.com iframe. Example of the rendered PDF file. Okay, so we just need to interrupt it over here. Let's go back, proxy. Okay, sysos says we need a request, an iframe, a link, and a script, or an image. Tags all have this kind of functionality. Johnson, hello, nice to see you here. A new Kali Linux interface, send me your WhatsApp number. I'm afraid I don't use WhatsApp, unfortunately. I mean, if you want to join the Discord, we have a Discord. We also have a Reddit. Okay, and so this worked. This worked, it's from the correct thing. This works, okay? So we can go and we can start messing around with that. So this is the latest post request. Yeah, okay. So we can start messing around with this in the intruder. What were we talking about? We were talking about like iframes. Oh, okay. So this was interprets the stuff in here as HTML data, right? So we can go back in here. So it gets, oh, it starts screwing up again. Directly from HTML input, okay. So content type, application octet data. File name is empty. It shouldn't be empty. Man, why is this so screwed up? Okay, Man Valdez says, let's see. There was a request where I saw the HTML content. Yeah, I mean, I saw it too. Maybe what we should do is we should just be uploading it normally. Instead of using, so we'll just choose a file in this case, instead of trying to send it through remotely. And then we'll go back and take a look at this thing. Here, yeah. So this is our HTML. So we can just replace this with the payload. Okay, put the, let's see, HTML in there, like HTML iframe, source, file, etc. password. Okay, we'll give this a try. Here's the payload. get rid of everything that's here already. Ooh, get rid of everything that's here already. Paste in the payload. And then we will... Let's just put this through the browser. See what happens. This didn't go through. So Dr. Paradox asks, do companies actually pay for SSRF bugs? I mean, if they do if they've got impact. Send. So that's not going through. Hold on. Request in browser in original session. Why is this not going through? Do you do Android app bug bounty? No, I don't do Android app bug bounty. I don't do bug bounty at all. And Joseph Elliott, hello, nice to see you here. Repeat the request. It looks like it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it if I give my own payload here. Let's send this out. What happens? This just gives us junk data now. Let's try copying this as a curl request. See if we can get an answer that way. Probably not, but I think that has to do with this file scheme. The app doesn't like it. Curl it, curl it. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, this goes okay. File name npdf.pdf. So this tries to do like a download. I tried to put this through the web browser. But for some reason it didn't like it. Okay, now it works. Whoa, what happened? Nothing appeared. Okay, so there's nothing here. It returns a download, yeah. It tried to convert this thing into a PDF. Nothing happens. Let's try downloading it. We'll keep it, and let's just take a look at the contents of the thing. Well, it strings it. Okay, well, I mean, it's all the regular PDF stuff. It doesn't really give us what's in the frame. It looks like nothing is in the frame. Because I don't see anything here. We could try like one of those. We can try some other method. So we could try any one of these. So we'll try the payloads one at a time. Okay, so we'll go back, we'll resend. Just get rid of everything here. We will do the thing in a new browser session again. Okay, so again, nothing, we don't get anything. Nothing appears. Okay, it was in an HTML tag, not the body. That would only work if the PDF generator allows JavaScript execution. Let's take a look at the other payloads. So these are scripts. So this is if it allows JavaScript execution. So we also have blind, well, there is a possibility that this is a blind vulnerability as well. Okay, let's go back. So the contents are here, right? Index.html. We put in some HTML code. Okay. So the embed should work. So I mean, this is the body here, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. We'll try requesting this in our browser. If it didn't convert the file, just inject the payload. Payload is here. Let's try it again. This doesn't want to work. Hold on. So embed source equals localhost. Let's try it again. Boom, boom, boom. It looks like the application's acting kind of laggy. Actually, we can get the response here, but it doesn't really. I don't think anything really happened because the response is way too short. Not using a valid HTML doc means any off checks could throw out your payload. Okay, just a second, everybody. The music stopped. Let's just do some of this. Okay, so what are some other payloads we could try? So there's the blind SSRF vulnerabilities here. So in some cases, full SSRF won't be possible due to the aggressive XSS filters. For example, in this case, we can attempt to request external resources on behalf of the server by injecting a blind XSS payload. Loading external image source equals Okay, so I think what we want to do is we want to read local files. It would be nice if we could get one of these to work. We'll try every payload we can until we find something. Try, etc. Stamu, hello, nice to see you here. So a valid doc type needs doc type HTML, HTML head. I mean, do we sneak the payload into something legitimate? like somewhere in the middle of this. Like right there. We can give it a shot. The worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't work. Okay, just here. Then we will, let's just send it. Okay, so this is a way larger response. Let's see what it actually looks like. So we will request it in a browser. Okay, so we were able to send this thing successfully, but it ignored our payload. Yeah, SysOS Master, this is the Mass Effect 2 soundtrack. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So source, etc. password, maybe we need to modify what the request looks like. Maybe we need to include etc. password. With a bunch of escape sequences like this. Okay. Mass Effect 2? It's a big space opera about aliens coming to destroy the galaxy, all that good stuff. Actually, we don't need to, we could just modify it here. Okay, we will get that original session. Okay, it was ignored. Okay, so what else? SSRF in cloud environments. Blind SSRF in PDF generators. Okay. Conclusion. Try a request back to your box. So, I mean, we would be source our own box, right? So our box is here. Do we still have our HTML server up? Yeah, we do. Okay. We'll just swap this stuff out. Maybe the PDF generator is following the redirects. Only one way to find out. Actually, we should probably use another file. We'll do test.pdf here instead. Okay. And we'll send this off. And we'll see if our machine was contacted. Nope. File is often not allowed. Yeah, depends on the on the level of security, of course. Okay. Let's do this in the browser. Okay, now let's see if our... Nope, our server was not contacted. Loading external image, loading external SVG, loading external image. Give this a try as well. I mean, image src equals something something. So it's img, right? Okay. Oh, we got a request. Okay, well we got it to reach out to our computer. So this, but what does it look like in the browser then? Hold on, let's get it. 3 times, 3 times even, huh? So yeah, it tries to retrieve an image, but it doesn't get an image. Yeah, so we've got an outbound connection. So we just need to find some way to turn that into a payload. So okay, try using the image tag. I mean, isn't that what we just did? So image source equals this thing. Try FTP. Try FTP instead of HTTP. So the end is an iframe. It should be image. Is it? Oh, you're right. Okay. Let's try that again. Is this not working now? Just a second, everybody. There's an ad running on Twitch right now, so when ads run on Twitch, I also take a break. And you know what? There's nothing better than watching the fledgling Stellar Jays. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of coffee. Just a second, everybody. I love these guys. These are my favorite birds. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. Thirsty birdies, yep. Okay, why did this not work? Okay, let's try it one more time. Maybe it doesn't like the image tags. Because we changed the tags over to image tags and suddenly it didn't work. Let's send this. Okay, so this is 5630. Okay, I mean, it is making the request. Hold on. Let's go back. We will make the request in the browser one more time. Duck John asks, is there anybody here doing bug bounty? Okay, so we definitely know that we've got a call out to our external machine here. Man Valdez says, I guess the app wants to retrieve the content of an internal file inside the PDF, and that would be the goal. So it's got to be an internal file to be retrieved with a tag that can display content on the PDF. So I mean, we could reference an internal file here, right? We could do the thing is that if I reference like an internal file, it's just going to show an error and it's not gonna render. But we can give it a try anyways. So localhost, let's see, localhost convert.php. I don't know if that's actually going to give us anything workable, but sure, we can give it a try. Okay, it's gonna render if you use a tag like embed. Doesn't like this. Because the iframe, the app is blocking the iframe. I mean, we're trying to send this as an image tag. Not that we'd be able to get anything readable here because it's bytes. Yeah, it just errors out. Image tag does not have any ending tags. So if we wanted to read local files, let me go back to the article here. So reading local files, LFD. So source file. So we get iframe source file equals etc password. I think we tried this with the iframe. It didn't work, but we'll try it again with the image tag. We might be a little more successful. And we need to see the actual result. Okay, nothing comes out. Oh well. Check the privacy and security settings in the browser. Here? I mean, this is your standard burp suite browser. We're looking for privacy? Maybe it's blocked by the browser. I mean, where would you adjust those settings though? Remove the image tag. Okay. I mean, if we remove the image tag, what would we replace it with? So we're using image tags right now. We've tried using site settings. What are we trying to say? Let's see. Pop-ups and redirects. Don't allow sites. Pop-ups and redirects enabled. Images. Sites can show in images, okay? Not allowed to show images, customize behaviors. I mean, we can see the images. Okay, Hyper OP says, how can I make the API more secure? What do hackers look for when hacking an API? So you make an API more secure by ensuring that people need to be authenticated to use the API. Another thing we could do to secure an API is to, well, there was the mention of like mass assignment. We need to make sure that we're only able to modify certain setting. Okay. Let me get the whole thing. So API testing. Here's the document here. Mandela says, I found a bug last year. The app was blocking all these tags, but after an HTTP redirect, the app did not check the tag and the app rendered the embedded tag content. I mean, where is there a redirect though on this app? Sun Nguyen Hong, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you. Okay, so source file didn't work. We could try, I mean, there were a few more tags we could try, right? Let's go back up to the top. So the top of the article here mentioned a few different tags we could use. So there's the iframe, there's the script tag, and there's the embed tag. We'll try the embed tag next. How do you close that out though? So embed, and then there's no specific tag to close it out. And you put the embed tag here. Just close the opening tag. Hope this works. I say every single time. Man, why is the... Why is the response so butt all the time? Okay, well, there's something here. Well, I mean, it just rendered this tag. Just rendered this tag. Huh. Closing. Okay, it looks wrong. Let's go back. So the embed tag is it just like this? It's rendering HTML. So it's embed. Oh, okay. So open embed, and then your stuff, and then slash, and then close. It's rendering HTML. That's a win. I mean, how do we weaponize this? Okay, I mean, in this case, we don't need our height and width because we're not dealing with this stuff anymore. Okay. I think my tags are closed out okay now. We'll give it another try. Doesn't go through again. Yeah, why doesn't it... Okay, you want width and height to have something to place the data in. If it's 0, 0, it won't be rendered or retrieved. Yeah, there's nothing here. It went through, but there's nothing... It didn't render, right? That's the unfortunate part. It might be because it doesn't like this stuff. It didn't get embedded. Okay, Tharin Du says, please teach me how to make a camera system. PUSMOS as can you hack Robux in Roblox? That's not what we do over here, unfortunately. Okay, if you don't specify the width or the height, it still should be displayed. Okay, so the embed, well, we tried out the embed. It didn't quite work. So embed didn't work. We'll try the script stuff. Script fetch. I don't know. Let's pretend we don't want to grab a specific file, but instead we just want to prove that we can do like a cross-site scripting vulnerability, right? We would just want maybe get some JavaScript to give us like a cookie, or okay. Joseph Elliott says, I want to make a game called Rogue Ducks. CSRF attack, you know it too. Well, okay. So what about these blind SSRF vulnerabilities here? Load external image, load external something. Meta tags to auto refresh page. Loading external. Well, I mean, we got the application to make a call out to our machine, But the problem is we can't really do much with that. Okay, Man Valdez says the challenge say a hint as what we need to retrieve. The meta tag. So meta tag, refresh. Meta tag to auto refresh the page. But what does this? How does this help us? I mean, we can try it out, but I'm not exactly sure how this You can load a script. You can do a lot more. Can we load a script? Okay, where is... So this is the embed here. Send it off. Try to retrieve it in the browser. Okay, I mean, I can't tell if this thing refreshed or not. So meta will refresh the page. It's an old type of redirect. So if it... So let's see, Dr. Paradox says, I have 400 subscribers on GitHub. I mean, I don't even know what is a large amount of subscribers on GitHub, I'm afraid. Okay, thank you very much for following ZeroHacked0. Thank you. Okay, Manvalda says the meta tag, what it does is it makes an HTTP redirect, and it takes the generator to load the page that it's specified on the source. Oh! Load the page that's specified on the source. So we've got, what do we have specified here? So localhost. So if we can take this away from... So localhost, like landing page. I mean, we didn't see a localhost landing page. We didn't see anything. What we want to do... I mean, we could give it something else just to see if anything actually happens. So like localhost convert.php. I don't know if this would return anything or not. Yeah, nothing appears. Okay, try file there. Well, yeah, sure. So it's file. Etc. password. Okay, nothing. Nothing happened. Mandel says, do you have collaborator enabled? We could try pinging your collaborator instance. So there's no collaborator. I'm not using Burp Suite Pro. We were able to get the machine to ping out to external resources like the attack box here. Okay, Notorious Coder says, based on some research, PDF 1.4 is the default output version for the most stable releases of the DOM PDF library. There's a CVE for it on Hunter. CRV 2022. Okay. Thank you very much for following Kilobyte. That's a fun name. Thank you very much for the follow. Well, we're kind of running out of time. I wonder if there's like proof of concept for this. Where would that be? Okay, let's see. We can't see the user agent. Using the user agent, we could see what kind of PDF generator that we're dealing with. I mean, we've seen the version of the PDF that is being created in our response here. So it says PDF 1.4 up here. I mean, the problem could be that we're experiencing some sort of filter. Oh, the version of the PDF generator. Okay, okay. Another thing that we didn't really do too much of on this box is enumerate some of the other endpoints. So we were able to locate the info.php page. I don't know if it really tells us all that much. Search for a producer in the output. We've got a couple of examples. Nothing here. So this is CVE 2022. No, not the same one. Where can we see what PDF generator is it using? We could use EXIFTool. EXIFTool. Title, example, domain. Producer, okay. So the producer is MPDF 8.010. We could search and see if we could identify anything for this. Nope. What GitHub do you have? I'll subscribe. Yeah, sure. I'll give you the GitHub for HackerFrogs. Sure. Okay, it's using MPDF. I mean, there is a vulnerability for like an earlier version, but that's not really relevant to this one. Then again, we could search for this version specifically. I mean, it's the AI says it's affected by several vulnerabilities. Okay. So this is like a GitHub tool, right? Don't see anything in the security tab. It's a PHP library which generates PDF files from UTF-8 encoded HTML. So this is, well, I mean, I think we've identified the tool that's being used. We know the version number. It's 8.010. PHP 8. Let's do a little more snooping around. Yeah. Doesn't PHP 8 have a deserialize issue? Well, I mean, we were able to identify the version of PHP during an earlier session. So we know that the version of PHP that's being used is 7.3.19. I don't think we were able to identify any vulnerabilities for that one specifically. Hold on. Okay, we're looking for 7.319. No, but how about 7.3 in general? No. So 7.3, but do you have access to WormGPT? Man Valdez says, I found an issue. Did you? Okay, and F-Sheet says, do you think I will pass my Pentest Plus in a couple days? Well, I hope you do. Sending out all of the good vibes to you. Data injection, 7.3.15.3. Hold on. Let me see if I can grep it out. All right, everybody. I think we might have to call it. It's getting pretty late, and I've been online for 6 hours and 38 minutes already. Jeez. Okay, so like I said, infosecstreams.com is your best bet for finding about cool people who stream and do infosec content. Unfortunately, right now it doesn't seem like anybody's on, but you know what? Let's see if anybody else cool in the science community is on right now. Okay, so we've got Midnight Simon. Midnight Simon is online. He does a lot of vibe coding and leak code. Let me go ahead and get that guy's link. BlazeBits is on. Oh, true. Let's see, what's BlazeBits? Why is he not showing up on the InfoSec stream site? Okay, so what is BlazeBits up to? He's talking about cybersecurity news and Q&A. Okay, sounds like a good place to go. Let's start that raid. Just a second, everybody. And Broken Heart is just followed. Thank you very much. Okay, but we're not going to leave everybody empty-handed. While we're getting ready for that raid, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next time. So we're going to be, well, we streamed today on Wednesday, and we're also going to be doing it again on Friday. So we're going to be doing a lot of coding stuff. So we're going to be learning about Node.js. I just started my journey into learning about Node. We're also going to be learning some PowerShell on Friday. We're going to be doing a few demonstrations. So vulnexchange, this is a Windows machine. We're going to be going back into our Windows hacking mode on Friday. So we're going to be doing Windows machine here demo, and we're also going to be taking a look at Windows privilege escalation. And we're going to be tackling a new Windows machine called Misconfigured over at Vulnex. So it's going to be a lot of fun. If you like hacking Windows, this is the place to be. We'll be back on Friday. Everybody, thank you very much for watching today, because, well, I really enjoy talking to people, and everybody's suggestions are very, very helpful. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much to good friends like SysOS and Man Valdez. Thanks for trying to walk me through all of the SSRF fun. Okay, everybody, we're getting ready to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.